behalf of the organizers and the dean of this school, the School of Computing, therefore Professor Boniface Cardiff, and also the host and four hosts. I welcome you very special. Moving on, we'd like to take opening remarks and welcome address by the workshop chairperson, Professor HERHCAI. We can put our hands together for us. University of Technology and Work, Professor HERHCAI, and gracious aid host. I believe she will still make it having the Senate meeting now. Maybe before the conference ends today, she or representative will be here to grace the occasion. In this School of Computing, Professor Boniface Cardiff, our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Shika Yinka Anjo, our guest speaker, Mrs. Okayemi Udoyi, MBO Latin Nigeria Limited, our speakers and panelists, representatives of the British Council, representatives of Cardiff, Metropolitan University, United Kingdom, members of the university management, our esteemed facilitators and mentors, women and men participating in this workshop, members of the press, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me immense joy and a profound sense of fulfillment to warmly welcome each one of you to the HERHCAI 2026, a workshop dedicated to empowering girls and young women to become creators, innovators, and ethical leaders in artificial intelligence. On behalf of the organizing committee and the Federal University of Technology and Correct, I sincerely thank you for honoring our invitation and joining us for what promises to be an inspiring and transformative experience. Today's gathering is much more than another technology workshop. It represents a shared commitment to creating a future where women are not merely consumers of artificial intelligence, but active designers, developers, researchers, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and global leaders shaping the future of intelligent technologies. Artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming virtually every aspect of human life, from healthcare, agriculture, and education to finance, transportation, manufacturing, governance, and environmental sustainability. As AI continues to define how societies function, there is an urgent need to ensure that there is development reflect the diversity of the people it serves. Unfortunately, women remain significantly underrepresented across many areas of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM, particularly with artificial intelligence. This underrepresentation has consequences that extend beyond for statistics. When diverse perspectives are absent from AI design and development, intelligence systems can unintentionally reinforce stereotypes, perpetuate discrimination, and exclude vulnerable population. This is precisely why HERHCAI was conceived. HERHCAI, human-centered artificial intelligence, is built upon the belief that artificial intelligence should always be developed with people at its center. Human-centered AI prioritizes fairness, inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, safety, explainability, and respect for human dignity. It seeks to ensure that technology enhances humanity rather than replaces or disadvantages it. Our vision is simple yet ambitious. To inspire girls and women to confidently participate in designing AI systems and solve real societal challenges while promoting equality, justice, and sustainable development. This workshop therefore serves as a platform for learning, innovation, mentorship, and collaboration. Over the next 2 days, participants will have the opportunity to engage with experts from academia, industry, and research who will introduce contemporary developments in artificial intelligence and demonstrate how AI can be applied responsibly to address pressing developmental challenges. Participants will explore controversial concepts such as introduction to artificial intelligence and generative AI, human-centered AI principles, AI bias and fairness, women in AI leadership, and some AI development, building inclusive AI solutions. Beyond acquiring technical knowledge, participants will also develop critical thinking, creativity, teamwork, communication, and ethical decision-making skills that are indispensable in today's digital economy. Our distinctive feature of HERHCAI is our emphasis on practical learning. Rather than simply discussing artificial intelligence, participants will actively design AI-powered solutions to real-life problems through interactive sections, collaborative projects, and mentorship. They will gain the confidence to pursue careers and entrepreneurial opportunities in AI and related technologies. This workshop also aligns with the several United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 4, quality education, SDG 5, gender equality, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, SDG 10, reduce inequalities, SDG 17, partnership for the goals. By investing in girls and women today, we're investing in stronger communities, more inclusive technologies, and a more sustainable vision for everyone. I would like to express our deepest appreciation to the British Council, whose support through the Gender Equality Partnership Program has made this initiative possible. Their commitment to advancing gender equality in education and technology continues to inspire transformative projects such as HERHCAI. We are equally grateful to our esteemed partner, Cardiff, Metropolitan University in the United Kingdom, for their valuable collaboration and shared vision of promoting inclusive innovation through international partnership. My sincere and personal gratitude goes to the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Technology and Grant, Professor HERHCAI, for our unwavering support for initiatives inclusiveness and excellence. I also acknowledge the Chief of the School of Computing, Professor Bobby Pesadeshe, whose encouragement and leadership has contributed immensely to the success of this program. To our keynote speakers, invited speakers, facilitators, mentors, analysts, thank you for generously committing your time, expertise, and experience to inspire the next generation of AI innovators. Your willingness to mentor these young women demonstrates your commitment to building a future where technology truly serves humanity. To our participants, I encourage you to approach every session with curiosity, enthusiasm, and an open mind. Ask questions, collaborate freely, experiment boldly, learn continuously. Remember that the future of AI does not only belong to those who write sophisticated algorithms, it belongs equally to those who imagine better solutions, ask meaningful questions, understand human needs, and design technologies to improve lives. I challenge each one of you to see yourself not simply as future software developers, but as future innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers, policymakers, and change makers who will create AI solutions that are ethical, inclusive, and socially impactful. As we officially commence HERHCAI 2026, let us embrace our collective responsibility to ensure that artificial intelligence remains a force for good, equity for those who have dignity and peace going on. Today, we can usher a new generation of men and women who will lead the next wave of responsible innovation, not only in Nigeria, but across Africa and the world. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to HERHCAI 2026. May this workshop inspire new ideas, create lasting partnership, ignite innovative solution, and empower every participant to become a catalyst for positive change. Thank you for your attention. God bless you all. God bless the Federal University of Technology Akure. God bless our partners and sponsors. And God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor William. I'd like to recognize and bring to the acting the Special Advisor to the Governor on Intergovernmental Relations and Public Affairs, Honorable Princess Ikelomo Sandra. I'd like to kindly come to the acting. We put our hands together for Washington to the acting. I'd like to recognize and also bring to the acting the representative of the Dean School of Computing, Professor Alolo HOD Cybersecurity. I'd like to recognize the former director set, Professor Mrs. Zoe Daramola, recognize the presence. Let me bring to the high table the Director of Career Services, Professor Mrs. Downsey. To the high table, the President OWSD Future Chapter, Dr. Mrs. Adeleke. I'd like to recognize the Chairman, SPAC, SBGS, Quality Assurance, Professor Adeleke. Recognize your presence this morning. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We're making progress. We would like to take some goodwill messages as we start with the Dean of Computing. A round of applause for Professor Alolo, the representative of the Dean.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Vice Chancellor and leadership of Cardiff Metropolitan University, the conveners, distinguished fellow speakers, guests, colleagues, and participants. On behalf of the Dean, faculty members, and students of the School of Computing at the Federal University of Technology, Akure, it is an absolute honor and pleasure to deliver this goodwill message on the occasion of the HERHCAI 2026 workshop on empowering women through human-centered AI for gender equity and sustainable development. Today marks a significant milestone in our shared commitment to driving innovation that is both technologically advanced and socially responsible. This collaborative effort between FUTA and Cardiff Metropolitan University exemplifies the power of global academic partnership in tackling some of the most pressing challenges of our time. Artificial intelligence is reshaping our world at an unprecedented pace. However, as we build increasingly complex systems, the true measure of our success lies in how well these technologies serve humanity as a whole. Human-centered AI ensures that technology amplifies human potential rather than deepening existing inequalities. By placing women at the heart of AI development, research and application, the HERHCAI initiative is taking a crucial step towards dismantling bias, bridging the gender gap in STEM, and accelerating sustainable development. In the School of Computing at FUTA, we take immense pride in fostering an environment where innovation thrives alongside inclusivity. We believe firmly that empowering women in technology is not merely a matter of representation. It is an absolute necessity for producing well-rounded, ethical, and transformative digital solutions. We applaud the organizing committee, the facilitators, and the international partners whose vision and hard work have brought this vital workshop to life. To all the participants, we encourage you to engage deeply, challenge conventions, and build networks that will extend far beyond this event. May this workshop inspire actionable strategies, pioneer impact-driven research, and mark the beginning of many more successful collaborations between FUTA and Cardiff Metropolitan University. So I wish you all a deeply rewarding, insightful, and memorable HERHCAI 2026 workshop. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the team. Thank you very much. I'd like to take more courtesies as I introduce the Director of Central Research Lab, FUTA, represented by Dr. Mrs. Obilola Lily Joshua. We recognize your presence. We also have here this morning Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Gary Atsushi. Thank you for being here. Director of Finance and Administration, Mr. Obiri Sunday. Welcome. Director of Accounts, Mr. Ayichumi Ibel. We recognize your presence. Director School Feeding, Mrs. Miriam Aidi. Recognize your presence, madam. We'd like Professor Wikarabola to kindly come to the item. Thank you very much. Moving on with the messages, I would like to now the President will Professor Mrs. Imakali. Round of applause for our
I want to say good morning to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Adeliji, for allowing this program to come to pass. I want to also say good morning and welcome the chairman of this program, Professor Oyibode, and also the co-chair, Dr. Bola Umi Shogwan, and also I want to welcome our Dean, CSC, Professor Biki Alishe, and permit me to welcome all the HODs here together, all the organizing committee members, and all professors, all doctors, all participants, all our women, and all our students, gentlemen of the press. Today, we are here gathering together for this program titled Empowering Women through Human-Centered AI for Gender Equity and Sustainable Development. When I saw this program, I was very impressed that something like this is being organized, especially for our women. Women empowerment is what we have been advocating for. And this is one of the things bringing us forward to help us. When we say women empowerment, we are talking about giving strength to women in terms of money, jobs, in terms of learning, and in terms of leadership, bringing women up. And this program today is organized to empower our women, our girls. And I'm very happy that it's coming up. Women, as we know, we are multitask. We do so many things at the same time. As we are holding baby, we are holding our books. We are holding our profession. We are holding our husband. We are holding everything. And so, computer system or machine to mimic human intelligence so that it can perform such as learning, reasoning, and problem solving. So, and it combines many reasoning together. There is this young adage that will say, please permit me. So AI is like combining so many wisdom of others together and using it as yours. So it's a very mindful thing that this program is bringing to our women in Futa. And so AI is useful in every area, in health sectors, in business, in engineering, in computing, and so on and so forth. Even in education, very, very useful. Today, when you give your students a topic, go and do it. Within, say, 3 days, 4 days, they are back. They will bring you back what you need. But by the time you read it, you see that this thing is flowing. It's flowing. How they come? You use AI, they will tell you that you have used AI. The only thing is that you are going to guide them in the use of the AI. And so today, this program is organized to help us to learn the use of AI and to know how to use AI in such a way that it's going to be acceptable much more. So I want to thank the organizer of this program. I'm happy for this program. I thank you for bringing it up in Futa. I also want to encourage everyone that is under this program today. Please be patient. We are all busy all over. In fact, there is a Senate meeting right now. But whatever we have, please, this is an opportunity for you to learn. Be patient, be attentive to learn and make maximum use of this opportunity that has come to your doorstep. I want to wish us happy program, and also I want to say God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President with Women Forum. I'd like to recognize here this morning the Director of Center for Gender Issues in Science and Technology, CEGIS, Professor Mary Taiwo Olowo-Kiri. Thank you for being here. We'd like to take another goodwill message, this time from the Special Advisor on Intergovernmental Relations and Public Affairs in those State, Honorable Princess Ifelopo Sanga Bolu. A round of applause, Charles.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, partners in progress, and above all, the extraordinary women that are gathered here today. Good morning to everyone once again.
Yes, I would love to say thank you to my friend, Dr. Olale Omishade, for this opportunity. She has been my friend for almost 20 years. We went to the same university in India. It's an honor to join you all at this timely and transformative event on empowering women through human-centered AI for gender equity and sustainable development. And we all are living at a defining moment in history where AI is helping so many people. In few minutes, you can put something together. That's the time we are living in at this moment. The world is changing, evolving. And yes, women have to adapt to this. It's important for us. And the question is no longer whether AI will transform the future. The real question is, will women help shape the future? Or simply watch it unfold? I believe the answer is in this room. Because yes, I know we are like 90% of women here. Can I hear, hi, a woman? It's your program, so you should get excited. Every woman in here carries
carry so much power. You know, we carry ideas. God has put so much in us. I want every woman here to see themselves as powerful. Right for this young, tender age, we already have so much. The woman, you know, is the one that will carry a baby in their womb. Nobody teaches you to understand how to breastfeed a baby. But all that is stuck up there as a woman. So don't just see yourself as ordinary, see yourself as extraordinary. The future will not belong only to those who invent technology. It will belong to those who have the courage to use it to solve problems, create opportunities, transform communities, and inspire the next generation. So, I would say, let this gathering be more than a conference. Let it be a beginning of a movement. A movement where women are not merely participants in the digital revolution, but pioneers, innovators, decision makers, entrepreneurs, and global leaders. To every woman sitting in here, your voice matters, your vision matters, your future is not limited by where you are today, but expanded by what you choose to learn, what you choose to build upon and believe from this moment forward. So I would commend the organizers for creating this beautiful platform, and I want to challenge everyone here to live with renewed confidence, greater knowledge, and an unshakable belief that the future is waiting for your contribution. Together, let us build a world where technology empowers humanity, where gender equity becomes reality, and where every girl can look ahead with confidence and say, the future has a place for me, and I am ready for it. Thank you, everybody. May your future be brighter than your dreams. Bless you. Give our a better round of applause. Thank you, Honorable Princess Pillow. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to introduce and bring to the high table once again this morning Professor Mrs. Dawson, Director of Career Services, Mota. Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce and bring to the high table Professor Mrs. Ojoko. Please come to the high table. As well as Professor Aborifo, I'd like you to come to the high table. I'd like to now bring up for our Google message, President's OWS Chapter, Dr. Mrs. Adeleke. The director said just to kindly come also to the high table. Professor Oluwakiri, we would like you to come to the high table. And we have Dr. Mrs. Adeleke for our goodwill message. Would like to take a goodwill message. When I received the invitation to this workshop, I was happy that one of our schools taking the initiative to introduce all of us, women, future women, to the latest technology that is shaping and moving the world. And I'm going to use this opportunity to extend my
congratulatory message to Professor Boyinbode for bringing this idea of gathering all of us together to at the same time introduce us with that technology that is rapidly changing the world. It's not every one of us that can use AI. Even some of us, we are only hearing AI in the last few years. But some have been using artificial intelligence in their area of specialization for more than 10-15 years. Before it came to the doorstep of everybody. In my own profession, I've been using this for over 20 years. The artificial intelligence to do our work. Because I search for oil. And we've been using AI a lot. But the time I was using AI, I was working with the white men. I was trained by them to use it. And at that time, it looks to me as if this technology is not going to come around to invest. Because at that time, it was the oil and gas industry, their money is, and they were using it. It speeds up our thinking when we have data. But here today, AI is everywhere. Even the market women will soon be using AI to market their products. Those people who are not as learned as they are in university, they started using AI to do their business. You will see now, our children are making money from the AI. So it's gone at those days when you see your walls using generator every time to call them their own. When you have the children of your neighbor burning the candle, putting on the generator every time, or solar. Somebody who doesn't know what they do now will say, those children don't go out, they are yahoo. Because the generator is always on, or the solar, or they are always indoor. It's not every one of them that is yahoo these days. Most of our kids now, they use AI at home, generate jobs for themselves, and earn money no longer in naira but in dollars. Many of us professors that are sitting here, they have some of our works as examples. So, for the brain, like Boyinbode, Professor Boyinbode, the co-chair, the rest of this event, to bring it to us, honestly, we have to give them a round of applause. When the internet of the thing started, many years back, we were not in the era of that internet of the thing when we started growing as lecturers. I remembered that time when some of our leaders at that time organized a workshop like this to say women should come to the blue room to teach us how to use internet of the thing. Formerly, we would go to Osaka Cafe. We would pay maybe at that time 200 or 300 to be able to access our mail, to be able to do one thing or the other, to be able to send our papers. But it was the thinking of some of our leaders that said, okay, we ladies should come around. They should teach us how to use internet, how to be able to send our papers, how to be able to correct our papers. I'm talking about 25 years ago. Because virtually in Twitter was not like this before. Thanks to God, it's the grace. I should count myself as one of the people that first use computer to do projects. At our undergraduate level that time, it was paper. And you can look at the number of departments that has computer. The first department that had computer, even before computer sciences to physics, because it was donated to them by Mobo. So some of us that passed through the that were able to use computer when Professor Aki was still the big person hub there. He has a Sapphire Cafe in town where we were going to pay money to do our analysis. But thank God, we now have professor of computer science, we now have professor of AI, we now have professor of robotic engineering, we now have all sorts of professors with the new tech. So, and I would implore of us to please, whenever women are called upon to come and be part of the tech world, whatever we are doing, we should set it aside to be part of it. I am not here to give you, we are here to learn from the people that are in the AI world. Despite the fact I started this many years ago to use it. But there are still some limitations which I think I can learn from people like my friend, people like Professor Odupo, people like Professor Boyibote. If I said I still want to learn, please. If a professor of more than 10 years says she still want to learn, I still want to collect from my colleagues, and damn it with my own, so that they can no longer collect from me. So then, learn from that. I'm so busy today, this morning. I was supposed to be here because of deadline, something I would have to submit next week, not in Twitter. But this knowledge, when I catch it from Professor Ogoyibode and the rest today, they will no longer be able to collect from me. And if I build on it, if they are not careful, I will struggle to maybe like relay. If it is possible, but I will struggle to if I cannot meet them. At least I want to be halfway where they get to. God help us. Total women, we are more than this. We are more than this. But God help us as we are moving forward. The women leaders, Mrs. Kuma Ayusia the most at times, to carry us forward. So that any seminar, any workshop, anything that is helping women, we should work that line. We should work with, I'm expecting this call with women. We are saying we want to overtake men. This is how we are going to overtake them. We want to overtake them. This is how we are going to overtake them. So the God is of the reporter. God will help you. That's my good message, my people. We are going to go with you and the rest of the people on the ITV to get to where we are. Because we climb on the shoulder of somebody to get to where we are. So please climb on their shoulders to get to where God is. Thank you.
Can we put our hands together for Professor Lowry? Thank you very much. So after taking all the good messages, I'd like to introduce a former Dean School of Computing, Professor O.S. Adewale. Recognize your presence, sir. And also the HOD Information Technology Department, Professor B.M. Ugoyi. Recognize your presence as well. Move on now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to the keynote address. We have the keynote speaker who will be joining us virtually, Professor Chika Inkabajo. She's the Director, AI and Robotics Lab, University of Lagos, UNILAG. I would like to invite my colleague, Mrs. Chidima Okwade, to take the citation.
Morning, everyone, professors, organizers, and participants. I would like to read the citation of Professor Chika Inkabajo. Professor Chika Inkabajo is a distinguished artificial intelligence researcher and innovation leader at the University of Nigeria.
where she serves the Department of Artificial Intelligence Systems and Robotics, Faculty of Computing and Informatics. She is the pioneer director of the AI University Innovation AI Unicorn and coordinator of the university's Artificial Intelligence and Robotics Laboratory, HERHCAI, leading strategic initiatives that advance AI research, innovation, entrepreneurship, and digital transformation across academia and industry. With over 2 decades of experience in teaching, research, and technology leadership, Professor Yinka Banjo has established herself as one of Africa's leading voices in artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, human-centered AI, and responsible AI. Her work focuses on developing intelligent technologies that address real-world challenges in education, healthcare, agriculture, climate resilience, public policy, and sustainable development. Professor Yinka Banjo holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics and computer science from the Federal University of Technology, Owerri, a master's degree in computer science from the University of Port Harcourt, a postgraduate diploma in mathematical sciences from the African Institute of Mathematical Sciences, South Africa, and a PhD in computer science, specializing in artificial intelligence and robotics from the University of Cape Town, South Africa. And also very well clapping. An accomplished researcher and principal investigator, she has successfully led and collaborated on numerous internationally funded projects supported by organizations including the International Development Research Center, IDRC, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO, the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA, USAID, DAI Global, UK Research and Innovation, UKRI, and Meta, formerly Facebook. Her research spans ethical AI, climate intelligence, digital transformation, AI governance, and gender-inclusive AI, and intelligent institutions of citizens. Beyond research, Professor Yinka Banjo is passionate about developing Africa's next generation of innovators. Through Unicorn and HERHCAI, she champions interdisciplinary collaboration, startup incubation, AI capacity building, and partnerships between universities, government, industry, and international organizations. She has mentored hundreds of students, researchers, and entrepreneurs, fostering an innovation ecosystem that translates research into societal impact. A recognized advocate for human-centered AI, Professor Yinka Banjo actively promotes fairness, transparency, inclusion, and accountability in the design and deployment of AI systems. She is particularly committed to increasing the participation and leadership of women and underrepresented groups in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, believing that diverse perspectives are essential for building trustworthy and equitable AI. Her outstanding contributions to research, education, and innovation have earned her numerous national and international recognitions, including the Royal UNESCO for Women in Science Fellowship, Sub-Saharan Africa, and MIT Empowering the Teachers, Outstanding Performance in Teaching Award, scholarships from the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, OWSD, and the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, AIMS. Professor Yinka Banjo is a sought-after keynote speaker, policy advisor, and thought leader on artificial intelligence, digital transformation, responsible AI, innovation ecosystems, and the future of work. Through her
leadership she continues to shape AI policy, strengthen research capacity, and inspire a new generation of innovators committed to leveraging technology for inclusive growth and sustainable development across Africa and beyond. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Chika Yukawaja delivering the keynote address today. A round of applause for her.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, man. Go ahead, man.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if you can see my screen because I set my slide to my slide is shared. Speak on human-centered AI, and that was a long read of my citation. Thank you very much for the citation that you read. And I'm a friend of University that is went from South Africa, moved back to South Africa. Thank you for the opportunity for giving me a seat in your program. So I also want to talk about empowering women for gender equity and sustainable development. And this time we're talking about human-centered AI. I also want to use the opportunity to introduce human-centered in the sense that, like one of the speakers mentioned, that there has been a buzzword about AI all this while, where people just develop things and nobody is using it. But now we have come into, we have to need human to be able to be in the sector. Human-centered AI is the new thing that has been thriving in the era of AI. Because also we also want to use the opportunity to say that we're in the era of AI. I will take us a little bit back, thank God I have a little time. When we are talking about industrial revolution, we have four major industrial revolutions that has come to life. We have the first industrial revolution where, revolution is something dramatic that has happened in the era of the digital world. So we have the revolution that has happened in agriculture, revolution that has happened in information, and also in the industry. So there's one thing we call it called industrial revolution. We have four major. The first one is the industry 1.0. The first industrial revolution brought in different, enough technology, the sets. It brought in different mechanization of things. When we used to use a machine to, if you remember, when we used to machine to generate things in the industry, but the thing turned into steam. They transformed it into steam that has some technical know-how for operation. Then we moved to when we are using a lot of things like the sewing machine that are manual. Things have changed into electrical. When we now move to second industrial revolution called the ubiquitous of electricity in the world, and that was centuries ago. Because that is not something recent. But I don't know. I'm not sure Nigeria thought of what I'm talking about now is about the war. So we move into third industrial revolution. After we have the second industrial revolution, which is the ubiquitous of electricity. And I bet you know that in Nigeria, we can't boast of that yet. That's the second industrial revolution that happened in 16-something ago. Now we have the third industrial revolution, which took us to what we call information age. And so what happened was, there is information age and there is industrial age. So industry and information collided, and we call that the third industrial revolution. And the other third industrial revolution was when computer came to be. If you can remember your introduction to computers, when we were discussing about how computers came, the big size, the small size, the miniature, the different generations that have happened. Now, this is the era of third industrial revolution, when computers started coming. And now as we metamorphose into different levels, different sizes, different shapes of computing. And it didn't stop there. So the next one, another revolution which came, is called fourth industrial revolution. We stepped away from having computers. Some people used to have computers without knowing what to do with it. But now we have stepped away from having computers, now we know what to do with it. So we call that fourth industrial revolution. I know this is a keynote speech. I would have just asked a question.
We want to transform from first industrial revolution to fourth industrial revolution. It is what we call internet. Internet made everything to be home. I can be here talking, I'm in Lagos, and you're already in Akure listening to me real time. So internet transformed all the technologies that we have been bringing from the first generation, second generation, third, and fourth. The fourth is the major. And that's why if you notice there are a lot of talks of fourth industrial revolution. But it didn't even stop there. The internet brought in things. It didn't come alone. It came with emerging trends. And those trends that it came with, AI, which is now the buzzword, is just one. Out of the emerging trends that came in fourth industrial revolution, we have big data, we have Internet of Things, we have even human AI also, we have 3D printing, we have investive and extensive, we also have augmented reality, virtual reality. All of these emerging trends came because of major revolution that happened in the fourth industrial revolution, and that is where everything became smart. Now, we are still using fourth industrial revolution, the major thing that brought all this new technology, because initially when we were in doing information age is what we call digital age, when industry collided with information. Then we have big systems. We have computers that people can't operate. You just got people in your cyber cafe or something to do. But now when internet came in, everything changed. Everything became smart. I can be here and be in two places at the same time. Then, what now happened is that those technologies that came started flying. And now I can comfortably tell you that we are no longer in the digital age. We are now in the AI era. Now, why is AI era? Everything that you are doing now, we are putting a thought of AI. If you remember when digital came, everything we are automating. Automate how to calculate results. Automate how to, that was the automation era. That era was digital era. But now we are in the AI era, where we are not saying, oh, everything has to have a thought of AI. No more just digital. That's not beyond that. It is also a foundation of that. So we have also have even stepped away. But we can never leave fourth industrial revolution, because that's what brought that change that we are still addressing now. We also in fifth industrial revolution, where we are thinking, oh, we are building all of this. Who is going to enjoy them? There is something called sustainability. Climate action has started happening. I always give this example anywhere I talk about AI, that 2021 I was diagnosed of having occasional asthma. In fact, presently it usually happens between May and July. As I am currently taking antibiotics just because of the kind of cold that I experience, or the kind of weather change. That's what they call climate action. So the research going on now is asking, how do we sustain our environment? How are we going to keep, when a lot of people are building without even knowing what they are going to do? Some people are building and we have a lot of success. But that's why research keeps asking us, what is the carbon footprint of what we are building? Carbon footprint is, what is it dissipating in the atmosphere? How is it affecting us? How do we control? And that's everything has gone clean energy, clean computing, clean everything. Everything is now clean, so that we can't kill the environment we are living in, so that we are alive to also enjoy it. So a lot of research is now going on. Sustainability of the environment. How do we use AI to do this? How do we use AI to do this? So we are that's the fifth industrial revolution. Everything is smart, and we also need to be smart to keep our lives smart. Then I also is moving to sixth industrial revolution, which is also like a research going on, also is still in papers, but it's moving, and that is what we can say. In all we are building, we cannot remove human. You know, people keep saying, is AI coming to take our job? We cannot remove human. AI cannot take our job, but AI displays those that don't want to use it. Just like the time of digital, when they want to discard typewriters, and people were resistant. Those that were resistant couldn't move, but if you realize, you will move and also do more. So the thing here is that, how are we going to use this to solve things in our life, not just in the household that's raining everywhere. So let me come back to my class, my lecture. So we are here to talk about how we can empower, how are we empowering women for gender equity? Now gender equity is different from equality. We are not fighting men at all. We are just saying, whatever we are building, let women be on the table. Or are they also considered with certain things? Not that we are going to kill them. I'll give you an example. Something just happened now, this morning. I had a flat tire, and I called the mechanic to come. Then the mechanic came, and when the mechanic came to carry somebody was supposed to help me do some fixing in water in the AI uniform. Now started calling me, and they told me the person's name is engineer. Somebody said to the person's name, engineer this. Do you know in my brain, I already started thinking that that person is a man. Can you see the kind of biasness that we all have? Not only biasness, stereotype. So why didn't I think? So many guys that said to me a message, they said, good morning, sir. And they never told me he's a man or a woman. They just told me the engineer that will do this. I just decided typing that. And that comes on me that all these biases we are talking about, we already have stereotypes in our minds. And that is why when we talk about equity, we are talking about how do we destroy all this mentality that we have, that will help us to build things that will affect both women and men. Having said that, I'm so sorry I'm not thinking that, but it's laying my foundation. AI is no longer simply transforming technology, it is transforming society. The question before is not whether AI will shape our future, but whether we will shape AI to reflect our shared values. How are we going to use human-centered AI places people, not algorithms, at the heart of innovation? So when we are building this, we have to prove. So when women are empowered to participate, equally designing, governing, and benefiting from AI, we create technologies that are more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. So my outline here is, don't worry, I'm finished. How do you understand human-centered AI? Why gender equity matters? Why does it matter? AI opportunities for women's empowerment, challenges and risks, responsible AI and ethical governance, women as a leader, human-centered. So for what is the human-centered AI? We are going to look at what can, not almost what can an AI do. No, what should AI do for people? I remember when we used to do ICT for development, but touch lives, that is why we are right now. That's why I tell you that we are no more in the ICT digital, we are not in AI era, we are everything has to be used to touch lives. We are supposed to use human-centered AI, ensure that technology serves humanity, enhances human capabilities, protects human rights, promotes fairness, supports transparency, encourages accountability, respects diversity, and builds trust. We are also saying why human-centered. When our AI already influenced healthcare, there are a lot of things they have built to healthcare. They are banking, people are building software using AI, education, agriculture, employment, everything is having, almost every sector is having AI influence whatever they do now. So if you design it poorly, it's going to reinforce discrimination. Just like what I mentioned to you. In case I'm reading something and I'm thinking, I'm going to have an engineer, and in my mind that engineer is always a man, then I'm already not reading something that is already reading discrimination. You're excluding marginalized groups. You have to include everybody on the table. People that are living in rural, urban, people living with disability. This matters when we're saying human-centered AI. If you don't design it, everybody is in scope, this AI is going to not be fair. So human-centered design ensures AI benefits everyone, and that is where we are heading. Understanding gender equity. Gender equity means providing fair opportunities based on different needs. Not that we go, you just a lot of men and always there, let us be there. No, that's not the issue. Not simply treating everyone identically. Equity recognizes barriers and works to remove them. How do we bring participation, innovation, and women are there, not only men? How do we lead, and women are there, not only men? How do we innovate, and that benefits equity? That is what equity means. The gender gap in AI, women have been underrepresented. So we know why. Basically, especially when a woman gets married, a lot of things change. So there are things that we also put in perspective when we are building. We wouldn't just say we must be equal, not necessarily. But there's something we have to put all these units that we consider whenever we are building anything in this app. So AI research, and women are underrepresented in all of this. And that is why you see that some people just go ahead and say, empower women. Yes, women are empowered, but at the same time, we have to bring equity inside. Not like we say we must be equal. So the consequences of not representing women is that you have a biased data set, biased algorithms, product design without women's perspective, limited diversity in innovation. These are the things that make us to say, no, we cannot just go without including them. We have examples of AI biases in recruitment, for instance. Some people prefer them because they say women get married first, get pregnant with time. So you see, that is where you can see biases. In healthcare, poor diagnosis for women due to underrepresentation. When they want to take count, they might just take those that are available, and it's usually men, because women are busy doing things. You know what I mean? Then facial recognition, high error rate for women and people with darker skin tones. Yes, I always also give this example. My iPhone, I use my phone. My second name is Ruth. Her face also opens it. Now I ask myself, where is the security? Where is privacy? So the thing is that facial recognition here, they didn't consider a lot of people, especially this is not even only women. The people that built it for us, built it with the data they have, and they concluded that Africa is a country. Africa is a continent. But they made all of us as well. And so the kind of thing that if there are some medical practitioners that can tell us about facial, they say there are some morphologies that is considered. Everybody has unique facial morphology. But because they have grouped us, then things happen. That's how it opens my book. Financial services, lower credit recommendations for women. Poor healthcare has also been encountered. So human-centered AI principle is that we need to bring everybody, bring this on the table. Not just because of the needs. We need to include all that have been excluded. There has to be transparency. There has to be explainable, should be accountable, should be safe, should preserve privacy, should sustain, and should be accessible, and at the same time beneficial. So women as designers, not just users, we cannot just only be using, we also have to be on that table because we'll be part of the designers. So that's why also this disparity usually happens. Women should become active creators, leaders, and shapers of AI, not passive recipients of these outputs. So we should be part of AI researchers, entrepreneurs, engineers, investors, ethics, experts, etc. So opportunities for women empowerment, AI opportunities. The AI opportunities for women empowerment. We have, So we have education, healthcare, name it all, we are all in that together for the opportunities, opportunity-wise. So we have also responsible innovation, new benefits. So when we are saying we are doing responsible innovation, we need to make sure that the people that benefit are those that are supposed to use it, not that we assume that they don't need to be there to save their mind. Then who may be harmed? Is it going to affect anybody? Who is excluded? Who owns data? Can decisions be explained? Is the system fair? These are all we consider. Human-centered AI and the SDGs. Human-centered AI took its roots from SDGs. And we are working on sustainable development goals. We have quality education. We have gender equality. We have decent work and economic growth. We have industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reduce inequalities for SDG 10. Peace, justice, and strong institutions, SDG 16. And partnership for the goals, SDG 17. So we're supposed to partner the work. So you can imagine the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Need on the women being asked. So building women's leadership in AI is very critical. Leadership changes systems. If you see a woman on the top, you will see that things will go in place. And if you remove that, the other things will be sidelined. There's no women. God gave us different things. Institution is one thing. We are not comparing here, but it's just there. We didn't fight for it. So STEM education, scholarships, mentorship, leadership training, research funding, startup support, AI innovation hubs, and policy participation. And I also must commend our vice chancellor because a lot of women are blessed because this new hub that I was giving was just launched by the UNDP and she gave it to a woman. And I know what that transpired because women are taking spaces to also support what's going on in this world so that we can also be on the table and the voice puts up our voice and say, even though we are talking about human AI, that human AI should also have women with the opportunities that they have to come out. Because if they are not using the opportunity, things might not be sure. So we have Africa's opportunity. We have the young population, the growing innovation ecosystem, expanding digital economy, women should be central to Africa's AI future. I'm wrapping up now. Universities are catalysts. So universities will also support in this by being a catalyst, by integrating AI curriculum. I know NUC has integrated now maths, maths, which has made faculty of computing to have different departments and matters. And then we also need to also say, oh, even though we are doing this, we cannot remove women from participating in STEM, promoting education, support their leadership in innovation, and establish AI laboratories and innovation hubs. This one is critical. Why is critical? Because they need to know what's going on there. Because if you don't bring them, that means you're blinding them, blinding us, and that is not fair. And I thank God that things are changing and things are taking shape. Policy recommendation, government should also be involved. It's supposed to be a tripartite. Government, academia, and industry. It's not going to just be, because if we have this policy recommendation approved by this tripartite, academics, government, and institution, then we have to be able to have inclusive AI policies that includes everyone. We fund AI education, expand digital infrastructure, encourage public-private partnerships, etc. My slides are already given, so call to action is that we are calling governments to come to the table with us, create enabling policies. Universities, we develop AI talent, and we know we have them enough because we have the youth in the institutions. Then the industry invest responsibly. So when they want to invest, they should also be on the table so that we see that what they are investing is going to yield results. We have the civil society promote digital inclusion, the women lead AI innovation, and the men become allies for inclusion innovation. So everybody is included, nobody is excluded. So I'm wrapping up by saying that artificial intelligence should not replace humanity, it should elevate it. So empowering women in AI is not merely a matter of fairness, it is essential for building stronger economies, more inclusive societies, and a sustainable future that has the human-centered, ethically grounded, and shaped by women leadership. So thank you very much. I know that students are very well understood. Thank you.
All right, can we put our hands together for Professor Chika in Calvary? Thank you very much, madam. We'd like you to stay. Yes, we'd like you to stay there. We want to take questions.
Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear now.
All right. We want to take questions, comments. So do we have questions? Professor, did you get the question, ma'am?
I didn't hear anything. What I heard is disadvantages of it.
Please take it again.
Disadvantages of it. And now you can simply Instagram here.
That's the question, ma'am. That's the question. Disadvantages, yes.
Oh, disadvantages. Yes, of course. Everything has advantage. What I used to focus about advantage. What I spoke about is about what is happening and how can it. There's already a lot of disadvantages existing. when women talk on the table, it's already a disadvantage. Where our voice will be heard, what we need to be there, and when we say on the table, stakeholders, when you're designing the AI that we are building, everybody wouldn't understand that if the human is not there giving that instruction. So, and the man that is building it wouldn't know what the woman do. So, for empowering women for genesis and sustainable development means that the negativity is already what made us to bring this out. Is that women are not usually there, and so how do we sustain? You are marginalized. How do we reduce the marginalization? And that's what I spoke about. So I spoke about on the positive side of it. If we are involved, this is what we get. We get a balanced, a fair, equitable solution.
Thank you very much. Do we still have questions? There are no questions. I will put our hands together once again for our keynote speaker, Professor Chika. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So we're moving on. I'd like to introduce Professor Farrell. Recognize your presence. We would like to take a goodwill message from common years to our computing. Professor Adewale, sir. Oh. Right, it's gone. Professor Adewale, sir, would like to take your goodwill message.
Good morning, good afternoon, because we are still one leg in the morning and one leg in the afternoon, 2 minutes to 12. Thank you so much. I was here when my sister was talking. Professor HERHCAI, I was there, and because I had first of all worked in the Senate. So when I sat and then I look around, I said, I don't want to be the only man in the house. So I want to appreciate the organizers, the woman from the UK. I hope she's around. So you are welcome. Thank you so much. The so you are welcome. We thank God for safety. We thank God for the program as well. We want to also appreciate Professor Boyibode as well. And permit me if I don't put Mrs. in your name, because I always been saying, when you are professor, your brother had your professor Mr. to be able to distinguish. It has always been professor, and it's only when you want to travel, they now have Mr. or Mrs. They distinction your title because of security issues. They want to know, they want to carry. So is it a man, is it a woman? So I want to appreciate God for this program, and all of us who are here, I believe you are lucky to have people who already are in the field and to be able to put us right on human-centered artificial intelligence. And the only people they want to empower are just men, are just women. So they forgot that the women, the men too, should also be empowered. We want to appreciate God for having the program and all of us who are participating. And I want to also thank my sister once again, Mr. HERHCAI, and the cousins of Boyibode who are on the IT, who are the children too. I just want to re-emphasize some of the things my sister who have said, keynote speaker, we have always been CP, there are no padlock notes. The issue of AI really has started a long time ago, in the 50s. Are we okay? In the 50s, I hope those of us, if you are in computing, you have heard about Turing machine by Allen. It started from all the way from that place. So, to know that now is the right time because of the available technology. I can remember some of us, if you are in computing or in mathematics, I believe in geophysics, will have heard about the Fourier transform. The Fourier transform during the era where we don't have computing, it was hand coding, hand computing, hand computation. During that period, what do we see? It was so difficult and enormous, and it was abandoned. But during the era of PCs, people revived it, and they turned it to also improve on it, call it a fast Fourier transform. So it started between that. In 1956, we have the Turing test by the Turing man, and that Turing is the one who started it. Then we have the John McCarthy in the 60s, what they are able to do at Dartmouth conference in the 60s. So you can see that it's not now. In the 1966, all of you are still with God at that time. They are not even near the backline. When we have the Elisa at that time, then 78, there was AI winter and so on and so forth. You have Deep Blue in the 1987, IBM Watson in 2011. So these are the history, the deep learning that we are talking about today. Since 2012, there have been what is called deep learning. Are you following me? Yes. Aha. There have been deep learning, but the technology to drive that wasn't yet mature enough. So, then we move from that deep learning multi-layered neural network in 1912. You come to the concept of transformer. Those of us who are doing research on AI, deep learning, would have heard about transformer. It should not be transformer to bring electricity up. Then in 2022, you have the OpenAI and ChatGPT, and they are keep on improving on it. They keep on improving on it. 2024 to date, continue to shift from autonomous, but you know that when you say something is autonomous, that shows on its own. It can perform. It's automatic. And you find out so many things that are shaping our life today. So from there, you have a number of things. And I know that as we are here, then we are talking about the concept of human-centered AI. That is, we have a system that has human concern that can solve our problem. For instance, about the concept of e-learning or personalized adaptive e-learning. I believe some of our professors here, they understand that. Here today now, all of us were in one room. Then I will come to teach operating system, or to teach compiler construction, to teach networking. What will I do? I will do the same. I will put every one of you together. Whereas in psychology, there is what is called learning styles. Learning styles. In the learning styles, divide them into more than four. To say there's some, mention, topic, and Put one sentence.
Professor Adewale was talking about the AI in our different branches of artificial intelligence, cutting across different areas, cutting across different fields. We have machine learning, which learns patterns from data rather than handwritten rules. So that is different based on patterns and not based on an algorithm that you developed for it to learn. And we have deep learning, which is a subset of which is the subset of machine learning. We have natural language processing, like I told you before, that can process from Yoruba to English back to Yoruba. We have the computer vision that can help us to interpret images and videos. We have robotics. We have expert system. We have speech recognition. And we have generative AI that we have everywhere now. I'm very sure that you know that if you go to Gemini, ChatGPT, can generate things for you. It generates poems, it generates songs, it generates pictures, and even some of my slides, I use generative AI for it. So generative AI is actually the in thing now, and is what is everywhere and almost everything. And what is AI doesn't just transform the things we do, it cuts across all sectors. We use it in all our sectors, in the health sector, education, agri, public service, transportation, finance. AI is used in all sectors. I've given an example of finance, money points, campaign, OPay, in education, for you to be able to even use your phone to search for things and for you to give you a feedback based on what you're learning. In health, image recognition, to be able to recognize different images, maybe taking of people with different ailments, and be able to know and get the feedback of what is wrong. All these are artificial intelligence values that cut across different sectors. And just like Professor Adewale said, actually came from 1950, Alan Turing, and now we are here, generative AI. All of these actually all intertwined together. Generative AI, machine learning, deep learning, all of these are all together embedded in what we call artificial intelligence. In artificial intelligence, there is actually a pipeline of the way things come in and the way things go out. I believe you have all heard of garbage in, garbage out. Whatever you give to a computer is also what you get out of it. If you give it garbage, you get out garbage. If you give it what is good, then you get out the best. So in this pipeline, if we have biased or incomplete data, then we get out biased and incomplete output, which is which brings us to the technology-centered AI. If we are looking at technology-centered AI, it's actually an AI that is based on technology, based on accuracy, based on what performance, instead of the person that is going to use the AI. So the AI, the person becomes an afterthought. After you have developed the technology, they start thinking, oh, I should have done this, I should have done this. It's not the human person first and the technology later, unfortunately. So it's actually focused on maximizing technical metrics, accuracy, speed, and skill. But the human being comes after. But that is where the switch comes in. For human-centered AI, we do not look at, say, the machine first. We do not look at the technology first. The first thing that comes to mind is a person. Who is going to use the system? What is the person's abilities? What is the person's goal? What is the person's values? Then the AI is used to optimize the person's goals, the person's values, the person's judgment, and the person's ability. I believe you heard the first speaker talk about when AI, people get scared that AI will take over their jobs. AI don't take over jobs, but it helps you to optimize your jobs. It helps you to become better. It empowers your ability, it empowers your judgment, and it empowers your value. So, human-centered AI is designed to augment humans, which is why we are here today. I'm very sure that you would have wondered, all this AI. Can you tell me what AI tool has been developed in Nigeria? AI tool, app, developed in Nigeria, that is used by everybody. Okay, that is used by you. Anyone? Aware? Thank you very much, ma'am. Which other one? I believe when I was talking about others, we were talking about ChatGPT, Gemini, Gamma. Now, when we come home, how many AI apps have we developed? Can you remember any? Aware, is there another one that is being used by us? It's actually being developed for the people out there and then the people out there. Which is why this workshop is very, very important. How do we bring AI home? How do we make sure that AI is developed based on what we need and to optimize what we are, even be empowered? I believe this is all what we all have to go back and think about. Which brings us to human-centered AI. AI for us, to solve our needs, and to solve our what is unique about us. So what are the key principles of technology-centered AI? It's centered on fairness and inclusivity. It works for all genders, languages, ability, and cultures, tested for bias. So the bias is based on who we are, where we are, and what we need. Then it's human controlled and has transparent. It is augmented and not automation. Augmented means it is to help us, it is to empower us, and it's just not automate and take over whatever we do. Which is actually helps us to be more creative. It brings creativity into the AI we're doing. It brings empathy into it, and it brings improved decision making. So, human-centered AI changes the measure of success. For technology-centered AI, we're looking at how accurate is the system. Can we build it? For human-centered AI, we're looking at does it improve well-being? Is it fair and understandable? Can people challenge it? Should we build it and does it help the people? The people is the main thing. So for human-centered AI, we're looking at better technology and also better human outcomes. The human outcome is fundamental, the human outcome is important, and it is the main focus of the artificial intelligence that's being built. The slides, they're not ready yet. We have an AI to solve this problem. So, the key scenario is that the university academic text is overwhelmed with repetitive student inquiries. And there are long queues, stressed people, stressed advisors, stressed counselors. Then the target goal is that how can AI to assist, not replace, but assist these people in handling the routine questions, routine queues, and helping out in things. If you have also been to the counseling units, in Futa we have very few counselors, and this also compounds the issue, especially with students, especially with the new age of a lot of mental health issues and people needing advice, needing mentorship, and needing counseling. Thank you very much. So now, the first thing we need to do is define the problem. The next thing we need to do is understand the stakeholders. I'm very sure when you are developing a project, did you go there? You have to go there to interview the people. Interview them. What is your problem? Come to students, interview them. Students are the ones that are going to use it, and they will be, you'll be assisting the counseling or the advisory unit. Interview them, ask them what is happening, then you map out a strategy. What do they really need? You know, we can actually build things without meeting the needs. Remember that now we went to human-centered AI, and not technology-driven AI. Technology is good, but if it doesn't solve our problem, then it's actually not useful. So what is the IT, what is the infrastructure that we need? We have to go and consult with everybody that is involved. Then we need to look at community participation, consult with the student union, consult with the principal affairs, ask questions, get feedback, and then be able to understand and know what the problem is before even building the solution. Or else build a solution that nobody actually needs and nobody to just be there on the shelf. After we have done that, the next thing is to define the core values. The core values. What are the values that these people actually want to be represented in this AI app that we're developing? I'm very sure that this is an advisory AI. The counseling unit or the advisory unit wants it to be accurate. It has to be accurate, it has to be responsive, it has to be polite, there has to be some boundaries to it. All this has to be well considered and well taken care of. Another very important is that we need to do a proactive risk assessment. That is to investigate. In case this happens, what will we do? In case this happens, what will we do? Risk assessment is very, very important and very, very fundamental. So at the end of the day, the app will develop or the system will develop will not just fail and nobody will be able to use it. And getting it back up will be very, very challenging and very, very tasking. One thing we also notice is that when we import things from abroad, it doesn't fit into our architecture. What's the architecture in Nigeria? The architecture of infrastructure is actually we use low bandwidth. How many of you want to download a video? You have to go running around looking for the best spots to download. So we have no infrastructure. That means that if we have no infrastructure, we have to look for a solution that will actually use low bandwidth. So we have to put this in consideration in our design, in our architecture. It's not that we just pick the technology because it's big, because it's good, because it's established, we just bring it to Nigeria. We need to look for things that will actually meet our needs and solve our problem. It has to be, so it has to have low cost, where also, even if it's expensive in Nigeria, we buy it. Not really. Another thing is that it has to have an inclusive user testing. That means that we need to be very, very inclusive in our testing. We don't just test people in the School of Computing. It's used by everybody in the university. We test people in School of Computing, we test people in School of Engineering, we test the people in School of Basic Medical Sciences. We test across all schools to ensure that it meets all schools' needs and it is very, very it meets people's needs. Not just looking at the schools also, but looking at the gender. Remember, we're looking at empowering women. When you test with 10 men, test with 10 women to ensure that the women are well represented. So it's very, very important for us to even look at the disadvantaged people, maybe physically disadvantaged, or even someone that cannot speak English well. Everybody has to be considered. That is what is called being human-centered and being human-centric. Thereafter, the solution is deployed and the solution is being used, and there will be continuous updates and continuous support for the solution that is being developed. So the life cycle is actually you find a problem, you evaluate, look at the values, look at the risk, you do a prototype, you test deploy, and then you monitor. So, the major thing about human-centered AI is that it is human first, people first, and tech last. I want us to be challenged today by the fact that AI is AI in the UK, in the US, in Canada, in Nigeria. But the difference is the context. Who are the people using it? What are they using it for? So as we try to copy what they are doing out there, we need to look at our constraints, our needs, and our diversity has to be looked at. So we have constraints in languages. Language we speak there is not from what we speak here. Here our primary languages is Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. We need to look at diversity. We have about 250 ethnic groups in Nigeria alone. We need to look at infrastructure, like I said before, the low bandwidth. We need to look at affordability. So, I'll just give a summary of the human-centered evaluation checklist. What should we look for when we're looking at human-centered AI? The first thing is that who benefits from the system? Is anybody benefiting? What is the percentage of impact it's going to have? The second thing is that who might be harmed or excluded from this particular technology? And the next thing is that you need to deploy it. Have you consulted with the people? Do they even know what you're trying to do? Have you received their input? Do they have an input into what you're doing, what you want to do? You want to provide a solution to some people and you don't even know have their input. You don't even know what they want. So have you consulted with them? Is the data you have sufficient? Do the users understand you when you go talk to them to ask them? Have you handled privacy and security concerns? Is the system accessible? Who is accountable for it? All these things have to be looked at for human-centered artificial intelligence. In conclusion, every AI system we use today was designed by someone, trained on someone's data, and deployed into someone's community. Human-centered AI is an ongoing discipline of never letting artifacts slip out of view. Remember, it is for someone's community. It is deployed by someone and using someone's data. Therefore, if it is not for someone's data in someone's community, they cannot effectively be human-centered to solve that person's problem. Thank you very much.
And we give Professor Olashadoga a big round of applause. Thank you very much for the job well done. We'd like to take questions on this lecture. Do we have questions? Do we have questions? Or comments? Okay, no questions, no comments. I'd like to recognize here this afternoon Professor Olasayinbi, OWSD Coordinator Southwest. We recognize you. Dr. Mrs. Ayodele, recognize you. Dr. I.S. Orotu, Subdean School of Computing, recognize your presence. We'd like to take a break now. We still have 2 more sessions, but we'll take a 10-minute break and we'll be back. A tea break. So let's go for the tea break and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
get your
Is there where they can pack this thing first? I want to put it in. I'll set it. I want to take it back here. I'll return it now. I'll return it, don't worry. No. I'm not really. Okay. I just want to bring this thing down. Jojo, watch you.
everyone to please settle down. I'd like everyone to settle down. Please, can you come to this part of the auditorium? We already said we have more people scattered all over the places. Can we come in? We're outside. Can we settle down? We go over the next sessions in the next 2 minutes or even less. Can we come in, everyone?
Leave it now. You left it down. We are not sitting back now. No, I know what I'm doing.
Let's come in and settle down. We want to start off right away. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome back. We want to start with the next session, the second session for today's workshop. And our next lecturer will be doing virtual. She is the Managing Director, Twins Ovaltine Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Opeyemi Odoye. I would like to read a citation as I invite my colleague, Mrs. Fosin Ojomo, to read the citation. Mrs. Ojomo.
Citation. Mrs. Opeyemi Odoye, Managing Director, Country General Manager of Trainings Overseas Nigeria Limited. Mrs. Opeyemi Odoye is an accomplished business leader, a transformational executive with over 25 years of experience, spanning finance, strategy, operations, commercial leadership, and general management across multinational organizations. She currently serves as the Managing Director, Country General Manager of Trainings Overseas Nigeria Limited, a subsidiary of Associated British Group, ABF PLC UK, where she leads business, strategy, operation, growth, and organization transformation. Before this, she held senior leadership roles at Entrica Resources Nigeria Limited, a subsidiary of Centrica PLC UK, and began her professional career with KPMG Professional Services, formerly at Addison. Jenny is a fellow of the Institute
of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, FCA, and holds an MBA from Warwick Business School, University of Warwick, UK. Throughout her career, she has built a reputation for driving a sustainable growth, leading business turnaround, strengthening governance, developing high-performance teams, and delivering transformational change in complex and dynamic environments. Passionate about innovation, leadership, and empowering others to thrive in a rapidly evolving world, Yemi brings the practical business perspective to the opportunities and challenges presented by artificial intelligence. She is committed to helping women understand, embrace, and leverage AI as a tool for greater impact, productivity, leadership, and success in the future of work. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to bring Mrs. Okeyemi Udoye for our lecture. A round of applause for her, please.
In 1923, start leveraging AI. Right, my thoughts. It into about AI, and then come back and said, now is nutrition. But like when that came out, when he walked up that that me so. We cover it, and once I put this at the thing, to make sure that we have the right tone, we have the right. He was speaking directly to the audience. I know will be in the room, so I just made a few adjustments, and all of that. So that's a very clear example. I just every revolution, right? Then you need to be one of those who adopt it quickly. You need to be one of those and then the so okay. Here a new opportunity. Let's wait. So you need to make sure that more is the asking. And who will be okay with us? The question we asked, who to write this book. And he told me in the story of the book he wanted to read. And he said, I'm going to do the type I felt like, well, you already have a job for this holiday. You like me to, when you finish this, you have to finish the book. You pretty shocked because I thought that you spend the whole holiday writing this. He said I did not. Then I asked AI to do the document. If that was it, he became an author. Okay? That was the power of AI. Alright? So this is better than somewhere, for you. AI brings in the text, the images, the code, the ideas from simple. Please take note of that word, prompt. The prompt will be from the person, like it's not a prompt, but writes the story, chapter, and all of that, and give it, okay, this is my prompt, and all of that. And it was finished the book. So, prompt. You must have the right prompts. Okay? Think of generative AI. You have 24/7 assistants. You tell your assistant what to do. Do this, do that, do that. And then if you have an intelligent assistant, they will come back to you with something that is enhanced beyond just, the guide that you are giving them. And that's what AI does. Okay? And when you design it around people, because we're talking about the human-centered AI, then what it does is that it amplifies human intelligence. The human being remains at the center, so think of it as a respectful and helpful technology that serves you. So instead of simply searching for information, AI can generate all the things I've listed here: images, audio, computer code. You know, right now people are saying, oh, sending your child to go and learn coding is it's no longer the whatever, because whatever code you want, AI can generate it. And they can, think so that it's gone back to that level. Okay, generate presentation. This presentation you're looking at, I put in the context into Canva AI and it generated it for me. Of course, I made some changes, moved a few things around, just to make sure that it serves my audience very well. So this is the power of AI. Okay, and there are so many AI tools available right now. I think the one that most of us know and use. The other one I use for this presentation is what I call the Canva AI. Okay. Now the question is, why are we having this conversation and focusing on women? Why? I don't, Professor, I don't want to also make a comment about why are we focusing on women. And I also know that Professor Chika also talked about it. Why are we focusing on women? Permit me to just check that I'm still okay. Please, am I still okay? Say yes. So when we focusing on women, we all know the role that women play. We know that the role that women play in the community, in the family. And like I said, it's whoever adopts, learns, and adapts first that wins. When the woman wins, you know that the family has won. You know that the community is winning. You know that the nation is winning. So there's a powerful multiplying effect when women win. Even from being in the house, helping your children with their own work, AI is playing a role right now. My kids generate questions. They put their notebook into AI, they take pictures, put it into AI, and then they will generate questions. It will give them likely questions. Then they solve the question and put it back, and then it will match it for them. This is what is happening now. So there is a multiplier effect if women are aware, adopting, learning, and really working and running with this AI. We know already that when you look at STEM, you look at digital literacy and all that, women are behind. There's a gender gap there. So if we can break into this new innovation as women, then we are beginning to close that gap. Okay? If women miss AI, our children will suffer. The family will lose income that should have come to them. Because after a while, if they are not AI compliant and they are not adapting and adopting and learning, your role too will become, some other people, some younger people will come and take the role. And that's the reality, because they can do it better and faster. Because they have an assistant, a 24/7 assistant, which you are not leveraging. So it's really important that we, as women, jump in as quickly as we can. Okay? So we're talking generative AI. This brings a lot of opportunity. We are not just talking abstract technology. These are practical tools. If you have your computer, you have your mobile phone, right? AI can do many things for you. It's already innovating how we learn, how we innovate, how we work. All of that is. So I'm re-emphasizing it is how soon. How soon? will you start making AI to work for you? Like I said, I'm not coming in as an expert, I'm coming in as a user of AI. Alright? So the topic, generative AI and the impact on education, on business and research. So I'm going to try and just talk to that topic so that we are all on the same page. I don't want to take more time than was allocated to pardon me, I might be moving very quickly. Yeah? So I already talked about students a bit. AI has become a study aid. Right now, a lot of kids don't like to read. So they put the thing in AI, it summarizes, they understand it, and then they move on. AI is solving mathematics problems. Right now, it's marking mathematics scripts. It's explaining difficult concepts. I've seen my kids do this. They don't understand something, they put it in AI and it's generating, and it will give them, it's like a lecture. It will tell them, explain the concept, give them tests on it, and they answer the test. It tells them what they didn't do right, why they got it wrong. This is happening. It is happening now. So it's helping people to prepare for NECO down. So it's tailoring learning to what the student needs. And this is, in fact, the common ChatGPT can do all these things I'm saying. Before you even start thinking of all the other available tools. Okay? And for teachers or lecturers, AI can support you in creating your plans. You can generate quizzes so that you spend hours trying to create questions. AI can create it for you. If you give, okay, this is the notes, give a quiz and then you choose the one you want. It can help you developing teaching aids. It can mark assignment for you. It's a powerful tool that can boost productivity so that you focus on what is more important. So rather than spending the time, doing routine tasks, you can spend the time truly impacting the knowledge. And for everyone who is a lifelong learner, there are so many skills now that you can learn on AI. And it will just, with the right prompting, with the right prompting of what you want to achieve and all of that, it will teach you how to go about it. This is what AI is doing today. I am not an expert, I'm looking from the outside as a user. Okay? So, and I think Professor Adewale spoke about this. Right now, AI can work at the pace of the students, work with the style of the students. So, even a woman who is not, in formal education can learn a lot just by leveraging AI tools that are available to them. This is what's happening. And it's a transformation. It's different from what we have known. Okay? Yeah, this is where AI is going. And then for business, I repeat here that AI is your 24/7 business partner. You can now create your ads, you can do a lot of things with AI. I've just called out a few things. You can do your marketing, create flyers, recently I wanted to do a personal recruitment, not for the office, for myself. I put the right prompts in, and lo and behold, a simple ad was generated, very clear, very crisp, clearly detailing the kind of person I was looking for. And you can do that for your business as well. All of these things can be done with AI tools. AI can respond to messages for you, to your customers, if you are using the right tool and you set it up in the right way. AI can help you do analysis of your business. It can help you plan your inventory, know when you need to order, your reordering level. You know, if you put the right data in, it can do the analysis for you and tell you, your reordering level for this particular item should be this. So order is when you are slow at this. And you know, it can do all of that analysis for you. This is the power that AI presents. And it's nothing to be afraid of. And that's where the concept of human-centered AI is the main thing. Okay? So imagine a caterer in Akure. AI can create weekly menus for that caterer. Maybe they have a store, they have a restaurant. If you can gather data about what your customers eat, you feed it into AI, it will tell you what to cook on Monday and what to cook on Tuesday. That can make your life easier. It can give you cost estimate, give you shopping list. You know, there are so many things that can happen if we decide to leverage this assistance that we can get from AI. Okay? You can, from AI, you can, put in your repetitive tasks, invoicing, all of these kind of things that we said here. AI can do them for you so that you free up your time to do the thinking. And even that you're thinking, AI can support it. So as you are brainstorming, you're putting in AI, give me options, give me what can go wrong, give me, it can help you. Oh, this is what I'm thinking, this is where I want to go. Can you tell me what could go wrong? AI can come up with some things and they say, okay, no, this one is not relevant to my graduates. This one is an important one. And I think these are the things I should do. AI, do you have any other suggestions? It can give you that. That's how interesting that it could get. So even your strategy, it could support it. But it can take away all your repetitive tasks if you set it up right. Okay? And then AI is also in itself a new revenue stream that Nigerian women can leverage. So if you learn the AI skills, you can leverage, there are so many things you can do with your AI skills. You can do designs, you can do marketing for people, you can do a lot of e-commerce things just from your knowledge of AI. Okay? Finally, I speak to AI research, but before I go to that, I just need to check again that everyone can hear me. Please, let me know if you can hear me. I need a message in the chat box so that I make sure I'm not speaking to myself. Thank you very much, Madam Martina. Okay, so I go back to my slides. So we're talking about AI for research. So what's research about? There are a lot of things that goes into research and it's a lot of work. Okay? So often you have to read a lot of papers, do a lot of analysis, you need to do a lot, to write a lot of reports, do a lot of literature review, do proposal writing, and all of that. You know that AI can assist you with all of that. Right now, if you have the right operating system on your laptop, you can feed in a document and say summarize this article. In fact, I think yesterday, I put in a document, I opened a PDF, and I just got an alert on my laptop that said, oh, this is a very long document, you want me to summarize it for you? So depending on what you want, you can do that. Like, you can go into meetings. Now I go into meetings, and I record, and immediately the meeting is over, I have an AI-assisted minutes. Of course, you still need to go back, look at it, check the context, and make sure that it is fully aligned with the spirit of the conversation, because AI is just a machine. So you might not understand the spirit of it. So AI can assist you in many things. All of these things are listed here. I'm sure you can see it. Brainstorming, organizing references, drafting reports. It can assist you in identifying research gaps. It can assist you in creating charts. It can assist you in explaining statistics. All of that can be done by AI. So that you as the researcher, you can do more thinking and do less formatting. AI will do all those things for you. And then you cannot be the wisdom behind the research. Now, I put in an example here. A lecturer researching maternal health in Nigeria can ask AI to, summarize these 20 articles for me. Compare findings from one article to the other. Identify the gaps in this particular research. Suggest research questions. Draft interview guides. Help prepare conference presentation. All of that is done, and then you are focusing on the knowledge behind it. You are focusing on the expertise, not the routine that needs to be done. This is how far AI can go. Someone made a comment and said, with AI, don't be surprised that some people sit in their room and they make a rocket. So AI is powerful. AI is powerful. So but it's not coming to take over. It is, if operated correctly, to support you and I as our 24/7 assistants. Okay? So this page, knowing how research is important in the academia, I asked AI. So this wasn't my own knowledge, okay? This is coming, I asked AI to help me understand what tools and what they do at different stages of research. So this was an AI-generated information. This wasn't from me. As when I read through my slides, I felt like, there was something missing. I know that research is important. And I said, okay, I don't have much information, but tell me, what are the things that the researcher can do at different stages with AI, and what AI tools are available. So this came up. Alright? I'm going to give the slides, you can take those and do more of your own research, get more knowledge of this. There are some of them I'm sure you're using that. I know many people use ChatGPT. Many scholars are using Grammarly. I guess some people will be using Canva AI already, but there's so many more that can even support your research work. Okay? So I'll leave that. So having said all of that, I just wanted to also balance a bit. AI is a powerful tool, but like fire and electricity, we have to use it wisely. Okay? Understanding the risks help us to harness AI's benefits while protecting ourselves and our communities. At least if you know the risk of fire, you know the risk of electricity, you know what you should do and what you shouldn't do. In the same way, the same applies for AI. Sometimes AI can give you false information and make it look real. They actually call that deepfake. I'm sure we've all heard about deepfake. So that's why scammers or and all of that, they use it. They fake voices, fake images, fake messages. So we all have to be careful. You have to verify. You have to have a way to verify. Don't let yourself be scammed. But that's one of the bad uses of AI. AI, you have to also be very careful what information you're sharing on an AI platform. You shouldn't share things like your password or bank details, any personal information. In fact, if you have a particular, should I say, information that has copyright to use or whatever, that that, okay, it shouldn't be shared yet. You have to be very careful how you put your information, that kind of information on AI, because other people may be able to access it. So you have to be very careful. Okay? Then sometimes AI gives you an information which is not correct, so you have to also back check the information AI gives you. I think it is, just think about it like you have an assistant and you are enthusiastic to try and give you a very excellent thing, then we can go and give you something that is incorrect. So every information must be back-checked. And you are the expert. So whatever it is you're doing, you have to then look at it, be sure it's making sense, all the information that it has given you. That happens sometimes. So don't just take it from and say that, oh, I got it from ChatGPT. So therefore, you know, let me give you an example. In writing this presentation, I prompted AI to give me information on any known researcher who has been doing good work, you know, with artificial intelligence. And he came up with a name called, what was that name he came up with? Amina Baby or something from University of Abuja. When I checked it, I realized, this is not true. It must have hallucinated. So that's kind of thing. And at that point, you don't be over dependent on AI. And then always I think I've said that. Okay, so in terms of practical actions, I leave you with the component that I put as well. We must be curious. We must start to learn now. Start to learn AI skills. A little by little. Don't lose this opportunity. Try to use AI to solve some problems that you have. You want to be a presentation, you want to be a content. That's the way to learn. Then as you learn, teach other people. And then remember to stay human. Whatever AI gives is not the final thing. You are the human being behind it. You are the expert. So you have to be the one to then make sure that it's giving you the right information. Okay? So use AI with purpose. Then that's when you get the impact. Okay? AI, don't use AI in a way that you just take it to plan and think that you are the authority. Okay? So you just need to combine that intelligence with your deep humanity, and that's how you get the right results. Alright, so I put here, imagine what happens if 10 million women in Nigeria are confidently using AI. You know, you can imagine what the results of that will be. So the future belongs to those who can combine artificial intelligence with human compassion, with wisdom, with courage, and with purpose. So that's my last slide. Thank you for listening.
Can we give Mrs. Okoye another round of applause? Thank you very much for the lecture. I believe we've learned a lot. And we want to take questions. We want to take questions and comments. So do we have questions? Do we have questions on the lecture?
For some kind of research, you need to get the right page platform where there's assurance of confidence.
First question I have is, how can I engage human self-help in health sector as a young woman and as a student? That's my first question.
Okay.
The second question,
yeah.
I feel like AI promotes business and enhances less thinking as a student. Please, can you speak on that? The third question, can you please enlighten us more on the areas or steps we can do to bring AI home here in Nigeria as a woman and also a student while on campus? Please, can you mention the fourth question? Please, can you mention things AI can do for us to promote sustainable development in our society as young students? As a student, apart from helping us with our assignments. And the fifth question is, if women miss, you said if women miss AI, children will suffer. Why? Please, can you speak on that one?
Okay. I apologize. I'm not sure I got all the questions, but I'll try and answer based on what I got. Or if there's anyone that has that, they can help me amplify it. So, first of all, I believe your first question is, can I talk about how you can leverage AI as a young woman? Did I get that right?
Yes, ma'am. How I can engage human-centered AI in health sector as a young woman and also as a student.
In health sector?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, health sector. All right. Okay, so like I said, I'm not an expert, I'm a user, but I know that there are AI, a lot of AI diagnostic tools are now available. But I don't have full knowledge of those because I'm not in the health sector. And what you need to do is to be curious. If you, number one point on my class, curious, go searching. What? And I used to do this. On this AI journey, whatever field you are, start by these and then write one, find the right then take the time to learn. Start trying things bit by bit, try it, see what comes out, try it, see what comes out. That's also what I did, and I'm still learning, I'm still remaining curious myself. So that would be my advice. Then the second question, is that clear?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. The second question is I feel like AI promotes business and enhance listening as a student. This nice you like that? We use AI for assignments, business and enhance listening as a student. For example, we use AI for assignments and more. It doesn't allow us to think on
it. Okay. So I think this one is probably a shaking of table. I think lecturers now have to think differently about the assignments that they are giving students. Okay, assignments that you can just put into AI and it will give you the results. Whether you like it or not, they will do it. It's what then happens. I kept repeating that the wisdom lies with the man. So the truth is, if your assignment is what it is, how is that? AI will give you the answer. Well, you don't need to go back to even put in your teacher notes there, and it will use the notes to answer this question. It will answer it for you. Sorry, I'm not trying to live in the reality of our time, right? But then if the question is application, how do I apply that knowledge to a problem in Futa, or a problem in my community? AI will not have that wisdom. It will tell you what the issue is, but it might not have the wisdom to tell you how to apply it in the cafeteria of Futa. Do you understand that? So that is where the real learning, the real value is. That knowledge is applied. So even though AI will give you the information, you then need to work on how it is applied. Are you getting what I'm saying? So, and that's where the real. So I think lecturers then need to be challenging the students on how they are applying knowledge, not just only testing the knowledge. I guess that's the way I would say it. And then in terms of business, there's so much, like I had explained, there's so much you can do with your business. AI can help you manage your customer needs, give you different information based on your customer preference. If you put in data, it can analyze it for you. You can create your marketing flyer on AI. You don't need to pay 20,000. As a student, you are selling granules. When I was a student, I used to sell cassettes. Maybe I could have done better if I was able to use AI to create a message and send it to Obala or Makekere everywhere so that everybody knows I'm selling cassettes. Then everybody will reach out to me, put in my phone number. There was no phone that time, no mobile phone. So these are opportunities now that is available that you can leverage in your business.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can I go ahead with the question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can you please enlighten us more on the areas or steps we can do to bring AI home here in Nigeria as a woman and also as a student while on campus? The reason why I asked this question was that the previous session, the woman that took us said that how have we brought AI home, like ChatGPT, there are those, there are foreign people that are doing it. So how can we also bring AI home here? Like, what can you say that we can do to bring AI home to probably make a hub or many other things?
Okay. So how can we bring AI home so that everyone here is engaging with it? I think an example is this workshop. We are having this conversation, is creating awareness, right? So that's one way. But to be honest, the tools are available whether you are in America or you are in US. I mean, America is US. Whether you are in US or UK or Canada or Nigeria or in Lesotho, the tools are there. Once you have access to the internet, you can have access to the tools, right? So your curiosity, your engagement is what matters. And then your awareness, which is what workshops like this do. Then the other thing I put in my point, if you remember, I had said you also need to teach. So let's also teach one another, okay? So apart from the fact that you're curious, you're learning, you're trying to use it, also teach other people. Also try whatever you know, share. So I believe that way we can improve, our knowledge and usage of AI in different areas.
Okay, ma'am, thanks so much, ma'am. I'll ask the last question. If you said if women use AI, children will suffer. Why? Please, can you explain?
No. I didn't say children will suffer. I said if children miss, is that because if women miss?
Yes, our women will suffer.
Yeah. So you know how it is. Women are the I dare to say women are the main anchors. The mood of the woman, the knowledge of the woman, the experience of the woman, the wisdom of the woman surely affects the children. And you could look at it in different ways, but it's been proven over and again that women have great impact on the family as a whole and especially on how the children are brought up. So if you as a woman in this time and age are AI shy or even have AI phobia, right? You're going to bring up children who themselves are not open to engage you with AI. So from that, at the time that their mates are already engaging and moving forward and creating things, they won't be engaging. So they have mobile phones and they won't use it right. So women need to be at the forefront of it. Besides that, if women don't engage AI and you don't have the promotion you need, you don't have the right jobs, other people are taking the jobs, maybe men are engaging more with AI, they're taking the jobs. We all know that once the woman has money, the children cannot go hungry. Unfortunately, some men have money and the children still go hungry. So you know that if you don't enhance yourself as a woman, then you are not creating that opportunity for additional income that can better the life of your children. And then for a lot of families, women also are the ones who teach the children, help them with the academics and all of that. If you're not engaging AI yourself, how can you also help your children? So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your very intelligent questions.
Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for this is Dr. Yemi. Thank you so much. So we'd like to move on to the last session, but I would like to take some introductions. Let me recognize Professor Olabodini, coming in, School of Computing. I'd like to recognize the Director of Central Lab and the National Chairperson, OWSD, Professor Mrs. Ashadi. We have the Secretary, the Task Force, Dr. Mrs. Kolawole here this afternoon. We also have the Vice President, Water School, Dr. Mrs. Adeganke. Welcome. And Mrs. Obami, School Officer, School of Computing. We recognize your presence as well. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the third and the last session for today, which will be anchored and taken by Dr. Bola Abisha. The workshop Cardiff, Metropolitan University, United Kingdom. We'd like you to come to the podium as I invite Sister John to read a citation.
Citation of Dr. Mobalale Owishade. Dr. Mobalale Owishade is the Director of Studies and Senior Lecturer in Human Computer Interaction, HCHA, at Cardiff Metropolitan University, where she specializes in Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence, HERHCAI, Human Computer Interaction, User-Centered Design, UCB, Digital Health, Responsible AI, and Inclusive Technologies. She's Deputy Head of the Creative Computing Research Center, CCRC, and a member of the HERHCAI Robotics Center, leading research that places people at the heart of technological innovation. Her research focuses on designing ethical, inclusive, and accessible AI and digital technologies that address real-world societal challenges. She has led and contributed to interdisciplinary research exploring the application of artificial intelligence, explainable AI, mobile health technologies, wearable devices, and behavioral interventions to improve health, well-being, and quality of life for vulnerable and underrepresented populations. Our work includes developing digital support systems for women experiencing postnatal depression and investigating the use of explainable AI to support autistic young adults living with eating disorders. Her research has been widely published in peer-reviewed journals, international conferences, and edited books, contributing to the advancement of responsible and human-centered AI. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present Dr. Mobalale Owishade for our lecture.
Thank you so much, everyone. That was an amazing introduction. I bring greetings from the United Kingdom, specifically Cardiff Metropolitan University. Greetings from our dean, John Clark, and I'd like to say thank you to the Vice Chancellor of this university. And of course, it's good to be here. I'm standing in a university where my husband and my brother was actually studying. So I'm really excited about it. And I'm part of the family, so that's really good. And thank you to the British Council for giving us this funding to collaborate with Professor Oyinbode, and we've worked really hard to do this, and I'm hoping to do so much. Today I'll be just
before I go on as well, I would like to say thank you to Professor HERHCAI, the Dean of the School of Computing, and the Vice Chancellor, Professor HERHCAI, Oladiji. Yes, Oladiji, yeah, I would like to say thank you to her as well. And the deans, all the professors here, thank you so much. Thanks for your presence. I'll be exploring a lot today. I'll tell a lot of stories, okay? So, I'll implore you to take just one thing away after today's session, alright? I'll be talking about understanding gender bias and mitigating bias in AI systems. Professor Folashade, Mrs. Okayemi, Professor Chika, they have all talked about the use of AI. I will be coming in, I'll be touching a little bit, okay? But I'll be coming in from a very different perspective, okay? Imagine, you've gone through the 4 walls of the university. You've worked really hard. In fact, you finished with an amazing first class. You are an expert in your field. You know, you've gone ahead and done your what's it called? Industrial placements. And after those, or probably you've even gained some work experiences. And after all that, you go ahead and submit your CV to this company that you have longed to work in, just like Ovaltine, okay? And Ovaltine, trying to improve their productivity or being efficient, they're trying to use AI to filter those CVs, one of your CVs in there, okay? And you're a woman, but because you're a woman, it has filtered your CV even before it gets to a human being who is going to look at it. How would you feel? I'll give you another example, okay? Maybe a hospital, because they're quite busy, and they want to improve efficiency, productivity, and just the way every other person has talked about the use of AI. They started using AI to prioritize how they attend to patients, okay? And because you've got a brown colored skin, okay, the AI pushes you down the priority list. Because your skin is brown, okay? Or maybe because you're a woman. That is bias. But then, is it the fault of AI? AI is trained on historical data. And I'll give you a typical example. I like to use examples, okay? So, Professor, you borrowed me one of this water, okay? So, I want to create a system. Maybe the camera looking right in front of me. I want to be able to show this camera this. The camera, maybe it's got some speakers, it's got some volume, it's got the camera, and I say, what is this? Okay? And it's able to successfully say to me, it's a bottle of water, it's got some blue labels, you know. But for this thing, let's assume it's a robot that's powered by AI. I want it to be intelligent. For me to be able to train this thing to recognize this bottle, I need to show this robot or this hardware millions and millions of these bottles. Okay? Now, when you see, for it to recognize, and not just that, I am showing it, I have to go ahead and label it. I have to label it and say, bottle of water, not just bottle of water. I need to tell it that It's not a label. I need to tell you that there is seaway on it. Okay? Let me go ahead and explain that for you. A 2-year-old child, okay, when they're growing, they see the dog, okay, and when they see the dog, the first time, or maybe the second time, and you say, go away, dog, that child automatically knows that it is a dog, because we as human beings, we have a natural intelligence, we have a natural abilities, cognitive abilities, that this is a dog. I don't need to train that dog. This is an Alsatian dog, because we have different breeds, isn't it? I don't need to tell the dog that this is a Rottweiler. I don't need to tell the dog that this is cheetah, okay? But when you see this robot right in front of me, I need to show you that this is a dog, and then go ahead to say this is a Rottweiler, and then I need to go ahead and say this is a cheetah. It is color blue, it is color red. But that child only needs to see one dog and has the natural intelligence. The moment they see a Rottweiler, they know dog. Okay? So when you see an intelligent system, an AI system, it is only intelligent because an intelligent human being, you and I, has gone ahead to train it. Now, that battle I'm training it is the data. And the data can be text, it can be images, it can be voices. So, AI is trained on historical data. Okay? Now, let's go ahead and come back to Nigeria. I think a couple of years ago, one of our presidents, in so rest in peace, said the role of his wife was behind the kitchen or something, behind at the back of the. And so, okay, yes, the other room. It was all over the news. Some people reported on it. Now imagine ChatGPT is picking historical data. Don't forget that knowledge of the role of the woman is behind the room, is in the other room. But AI does not know that this is only this president's opinion. It's not intelligent enough to discern, okay? And to be honest, it will confidently tell you that a woman's role is behind the room and behind the other room because it's picked it from historical data. It's picked it from books. It's picked it from wherever, okay? I want to give you, so that it doesn't make sense for you not to have a background, all right? Before I go into my efforts, all right? So, when AI systems are built, in some cases, they're built on biased data. They are built on systems that are not, on data that is not inclusive, not including us as women, okay, putting us in the other room. It's not built on the fact that in Nigeria, we have values, some values, that is different from the values of those of the United Kingdom. It's not built on the fact that people in Saudi Arabia have their own values, okay? However, it has to be built for everyone. It needs to be inclusive. It needs to include women, it needs to include young, it needs to include the old. Okay? I don't know about that. So today I'm going to be exploring you understanding the gender bias in this AI system, and I'm not just going to be talking about that. I'm going to be explaining ways in which we can mitigate the system. I hope that by the end of this session, you're not just going to go out or you're not going to launch into the deep, thinking of using it, but creating your own AI systems.
Okay, and I think the lady that asked the last question, yeah, let's go on to the next slide. I'll touch on some of the questions that she asked. So I'll cover 4 things. The ethical problems that don't all look the same. The biases, the not being inclusive, the not being diverse, okay? And also, I'll cover how do we respond to these things, okay? I'll also bring it down to Ondo State, okay? Because my dad actually is from Ileoyichi, okay? So I'm bringing it down to Ondo State and how we can leverage on the Ondo State heritage and build AI systems that will keep the cultural values and explain all this. And not just that, I'll bring women into it. Okay? So, when I talk about ethical problems, not just the way Mrs. Opeyemi talked about AI being confidently wrong. AI will return some responses to you that are wrong, just the way she looked online, and there was a response that was returned to her. But AI does not know that. Okay? So, but there are, and also, there are lots of ethical problems in AI that don't all look the same. And one of the most important ones when people are talking about AI ethics is bias. Some people think when you're talking about ethical problems, you're just talking about bias. But that's not just it. What is the harm? Okay? And I'll give you another typical example, right? How many of you have Instagram? Instagram? And you upload your pictures. Okay? And you scroll, you keep scrolling, alright? Your picture is, you're giving Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, those pictures, those voices, those data. Okay? When you are watching, maybe you watch 1 or 2, 3 videos, you are training that system to say, personalize this system to my own needs, what I like to watch. And that is why sometimes when you are watching things, you see similar things. And so it's when you're training it when you are using it. Okay? What did you give consent? Are you sure? At what point? At what point did you give Instagram the consent to use your data to help you use it? Can anyone tell me? You know, and also, do you know where that data is going to? Does anyone know where it's going to? Do you know where it's being stored? You know, I've seen people say, I want to put this on here, this photo here to save it. Do you know where it's being saved? Do you know who that data is sold to? Do you know how many systems those data are used to admit on? You know? So it's a whole lot more. So what does it cost? Now, when systems are built, businesses like Instagram, sorry I mentioned Instagram, I have other Insta, okay? It's not their problem. You know, the implication is on users, you and I. Because I put my photo on Instagram and somebody will take it and create some content. Okay? And then, or maybe I put my voice on social media and somebody replicates my voice and you know, with the way AI is, it's evolved, isn't it? You know that people can create voices that you have not even created. Okay? But when that comes to you, who will feel bad? Because you did it. So those are, ethics is not just bias. It goes beyond just being biased, because we have to look at these businesses that we're sharing our data with. How much control do they give to us? You know, do I have control over the data that I am sharing with them to train the system? Because this system needs data to be trained. Okay? Anyway, let's move on. Now, it is not just confidence. So when we are talking about fixing ethical biases, ethical problems, you might feel it's just one fix. No, it's more than that. Right. One level, many different arms. I've talked a little bit about it. Yes, one word. But that word bias, that ethical problem, hides under privacy, surveillance, okay? Concentration of power, talk about it, you don't have control over it. The moment you put your picture on Instagram, you don't have control over it. You might think you've deleted it, but it's still somewhere. You cannot, the moment it's uploaded, you don't know what happened. You said, I am happy for this to go. But you know, like I said earlier, did you give them the approval? At what point did you give them the approval to use it? Okay? Discrimination. I just talked about the recruitment, the recruitment AI tool, where it's discriminating against you as a woman. And Professor Falashade talked about human-centered AI. Was that system built including women? And I think I will come to the place where women need to be at the table. We need to be in the room, not only where the systems are used or where they are created. Because, I'll give you an example. You see, when a man is creating, maybe the man is one of the software engineers or AI experts, is creating a system or is training the AI data, is training based on his masculine knowledge, isn't it? But does he think about the woman? Okay? And that is why, in fact, in some cases, when you go to maybe tools like ChatGPT and you ask for maybe some medical information, are you sure that that response that is given to you is based on a male or a female data? Because you are not sure. I'm trying to remember one of the, I was having a recent conversation, okay, so this is going a little bit, you know, I think my husband was talking about somebody having water infection, you know, and as a woman I was thinking, oh, then he went ahead he went to ChatGPT and he asked ChatGPT about water infection, and in my head I thought, and he was giving the response to me. Well, I thought, okay, did you tell ChatGPT that I'm asking this question for a man or a woman? Because you need to be specific. You are not sure whether that response is given to you is based on male data or female data. Because this system, they are intelligent, but the way you prompt them actually matters. It does not know. It does not know whether you're a male or female. And you don't even know whether it's picked up those responses from a male-dominated data. When men are training systems, they are training systems based on their masculine knowledge. So women need to be in the room where these AI systems are being created. I think somebody was talking about an engineer, and she was saying, oh, straight away she thought it was a male. Why should it be? Because we human beings already have this knowledge. Unfortunately, that is what we're going to train an AI to be. And guess what? They will do it very well. AI systems will segregate women perfect. Because that is, it already exists. The bias already exists. Now, it exists in history. It exists in the books. It exists in the newspaper. It exists. So now is the time when women need to be in the room where these systems are created. is going to do that? You and I. And then I think Professor Adewale was talking about men not being in the room. They should be here because they need to know that when they are building these systems, women need to be included. Am I clear? They need to be included. They need to know that pay careful attention to details such that they are not excluding women, they are not creating systems that are biased, they are not creating systems that will discriminate, they are not creating systems that will throw away the larger culture. Okay, I went ahead to Alexa. How many of you know Alexa? Alexa, okay, it's an AI-powered system. And I said to my husband, can you please ask Alexa what the weather in Okebo is? I was in Wales, in the UK, and Alexa says, the weather in Cardiff is so. That's not right. It's possible, it's giving me real-time information because it's in, but that Alexa is in Wales. But there's also a possibility that Alexa does not even know where Okebo is. Why? So does it mean that the people in Okebo are not very important? Does it mean that we should build systems and not include the culture of people in Okebo? Does it mean that we should not include the values, the cultural heritage of those in Ondo State? This university is in Ondo State. When you are building systems, you need to think about the values and the culture of this town. You need to go there into those places where they are building this system and say that when we are training this data, it needs to be valid, it needs to be diverse enough to understand the intonation of Ilaje. We have an accent, isn't it? And it needs to be included. Okay, I'll move on. I said I tell a lot of stories one time, so I probably would go on and on. But let's move on. So, same problem. It's going to get bad if we don't start making efforts to be included in those rooms where these strategic decisions are being made. Because this problem comes in different phases. Imagine, you've just got a phone, okay? And you're trying to use the facial recognition, okay? And then you make to password your phone or something. And you keep doing it. And it doesn't recognize your face because you've got a brown skin. How would you feel? And this has happened. These are things that have happened. Imagine going to the hospital and then you keep waiting, you keep sitting there. You stand there for over 6 or 7 hours because you're a woman. Because the AI system that they're using has pushed you to the back, thinks you are not a priority. We cannot be here and allow systems to be built and not include you and I. Not being inclusive, not being diverse, not including your cultural heritage. When you are looking at your data, you need to ask yourself, what is this data? Is this data excluding something? Is this hiring algorithm removing some people? Okay, so let's move on. And you know what? These big systems, these people, now the thing is, they don't create the systems to hurt us. These systems have not been created to cause any harm. But unfortunately, it is called artificial intelligence. It is intelligent enough such that it cannot even control it. It is created to do us good. But unfortunately, it just goes on and on and on. Who bears the loss? I think I mentioned that earlier. You and I. We pay the price. They make the money. They make the money. But the implication is on us. And that is why we need to start building systems that are inclusive enough, that are diverse enough, Okay? And to go ahead, I asked you earlier, did you give these people permission to use your data? But can you sue them to court? Do you have the money? Do you have the lawyer? In fact, if you have one small lawyer, can you go on and keep paying these people? So who is paying the price? We are paying the price. Step up your game. Start building these systems. Start finding yourself into those rooms where these decisions are being made, where these systems are being created. Not just men have to be in the rooms where the decisions are made. No. Not just the Westerners, not just for people from the Asian countries, from Europe, from America, people from Africa, people from Nigeria, people from Nigeria, people from Ondo states. You have to be in the room. You have to be seated at the table where these decisions are being made. And the onus is on you to build the systems. It is on you to make those practical decisions. To say that, yes, AI is trained on historical data, but I'm there to actually ensure that it only picks up things that are right. It's not biased, it's not discriminating, or it doesn't discriminate. Let's go about some time. I think I've talked about all this, so because of the time I'm not going to. So, how do we respond? There is AI there, lots of biases, lots of discrimination, it's not being exclusive. But how do we respond? I have 4 commitments, okay? And not just vague commitments, but good intentions. Ones that can actually build systems, that are concrete decisions. Let's go ahead and look at this commitment. When you are in those rooms and that AI system is being created, you need to ensure that it is transparent enough. It's built in a way that if it uses a black woman's data, it needs to say, I am only trained on the black woman's data. This response I'm giving to you would not help the white woman. Sorry, I'm using the word, okay? It needs to be transparent enough. It needs to be saying, I have only been trained based on male-dominated data. It is 50%, 40%, 20% women, 80% men. It needs to be honest. And that sounds simple, okay? It also needs to go ahead and say, I am not confident enough. So when you see that an AI system is returning a response, it needs to tell you how valid that response is. I am returning this response to you, but I am not 100% confident. You need to do your research. Just the way this is a player says, you need to do your research. But it needs to tell you. So when you're in that room where that system is being built, you need to say, we need to train it such that it is honest, okay? And of course, it needs to tell you when there's a gap in the data. We have only trained this data based on people's age 2 to 18. You see, people from 20 to 90 are not included in this data. And that's why you don't need to look at the data. AI Yeah, I think ChatGPT understands you. It understands your right now, isn't it? Sorry, I just get some water. Am I clear? Who wants to be the future AI system? Who wants to be in that room where the systems are created and not excluding the cultural heritage of Ondo State? I'm not going to come from Wales to come and build it. Maybe I'll get from you. Professor, anybody will get it. Listen, I'm bringing me here and who you are here now? Because he lives here. You understand the culture. You understand the beliefs. Imagine our forefathers, some of the things they do. It's gone. It's not recorded. They are not recorded. AI cannot pick them. It's not written anywhere. But you can tell the story. Are you telling them? Are you documenting them? You are here now. You are living those experiences. And that's why you need to be building those systems such that AI systems is trained to be diverse enough. Am I clear? Okay, let's move on. So, it needs to also be truthful and not tell you when things are buried. How many of you have signed some documents and some of them are in tiny print and they'll give you like 10 pages and you are signing away your life? You know, you are saying, oh, my inheritance goes to you. But because we are AI systems can do that. You know, when you were signing up to Instagram, how many of you read the terms and conditions? You just went ahead and created assets. I agree. But when you are in those rooms, by the time you see that things are hidden, you need to come out and say, no, 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 no. It needs to be clear enough. And also, people using it need to know its limits. You need to know that this AI system you are putting your data in, it cannot manage your data. It's going to sell your data to third party. So the limits needs to be transparent. And of course, you need to let people have control over what they accept or not. Don't say because it's an AI system, it's automatic. No. When they want to opt out, give them the opportunity to opt out of using that system. When you are building AI systems and you are in those rooms, they need to be given opportunity to opt out of the use of these systems. Okay. And number 3, you also, the people who are using the users, we're talking about human-centered, isn't it? Human-centered. Humans are included all through the way, all through the development process, all stages of the development process. They are included. But they also need to know the kind of harm, the implications of uploading your picture on Instagram. You need to know. AI is not the problem, you know that. Who is the problem? Who is the problem? Who is the problem? No. Because the people training the systems. Because you've only said go and AI is going. It's gone. They've loaded biased data into it. And now the implication is on us. Now, when you are designing for the worst case, okay, think of what is the worst thing that can happen. You need to think outside the box. So when you are building an AI system, don't just look at people from Ondo State. You need to look at people from the north, from Kano State. What are their values? You need to look at people from Delta State. You need to look at people from Anambra State. You need to look at people from Iran, from where? Some Asian country, from Dubai. You need to look at people from the United Kingdom. You need to look at what are their values. How can we include them in some of the design decisions that we are making for the system? Are we following? Let's build systems that will not complicate the future. And now is the time to close that. Now is the time for you to start thinking ahead. Now is the time for you to challenge those outcomes. Now is the time for you to challenge those responses. When we're building systems, we're just looking for data. You know, I've seen people looking for data. Oh, I need data, I need data, I need data to train my system. But you're not thinking if the data you have is representative of the users. And we're talking about human-centered, but you're excluding people from Anambra. The people from Anambra, they don't have data that you are using to train the system. The people in Dubai, you don't have the data of people in Dubai, and you are training those systems. Oh, thank you. They said this. I think my time is up. Oh, 5 minutes. So I'll move on quickly. I know you have a long thing. Okay. So, let's bring this back to your state. And I've talked about this. You have a heritage. Okay? From the abstract, the history, the integrity, the diversity, the indigenous knowledge, the onus is on you to include this in the designs of your AI system and understand that the culture of other states can be excluded from systems. Who is going to do it? You and I. Okay? And I think they've talked about a lot about the sustainable goal. That is why we have this kind of system to create awareness that when you are designing the system, think about women. Put them in the room where the systems are being created. Okay? And of course, it will give us one of the good health and well-being where we are confronting the AI tools I mentioned earlier. We are confronting those systems that are being built and are putting black women behind the room, but they are not prioritizing their healthcare needs. Poverty and reduction and peace, where when policies are being made, they are included. They are being included in those decisions. And just because of time, I've talked about integrity, I've talked about inclusion, I've talked about diversity. Okay? The trust on the data, the instructions, whose knowledge counts. Whose knowledge counts? Don't exclude anybody. Don't say, oh, your knowledge is not very important. Include everybody. Okay? And the heritage of those states. Who is going to keep that heritage? Who? You. Create those systems that include the heritage of Ondo State. And it has to start from here. Adire. How many people in England knows about Adire? How many people in the United States knows about Adire? The herbal medicine. What do people know about those things? Start building those systems, those data. Go to the older people, get that information from them, and train AI based on those data. Okay? Digitalize them, because no one is going to do it. And digitalize them without losing the heritage of people here, in larger culture. And of course, it goes beyond the house culture, the Delta, whatever it is, the Indo culture. And yeah, of course, we bring women into it. I think I've talked about all that. Bring women into the AI sphere. And the role of the woman is not behind the room. It is just right at the front as well, where the men are being, and the men need to be here, they need to hear this.
because we cannot be excluded. And everyone has a role to play in this. Nobody is excluded. Because men will also gain from it as well. They will gain from women being included in these decisions that are being made. And I think I'll have to stop there. So.
Thank you very much. Shall we make it bigger than that, everyone? Thank you very much, Dr. Bola. Thank you for a very brilliant delivery. We'll take some questions now. Do we have questions? Do we have questions? Questions or comments? Please come forward. Please come forward if you have a question. Please come forward.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. You said something about I'm Dr. Rachel Akebo, my area specialization is artificial intelligence. I would like to say this. You said something about we getting diversity, with sex to work with. It's very good. Diversity, we should diversify in different data and of different forms of data to be able to have what is called a non-biased system. I've understood the fact that bias is a systemic error. And like in Nigeria now, I've done several researches that has to do with health systems. And for me to get this data set can be very, very serious because we have the problem of privacy as well. People are no longer, even institutions, medical facilities, they are not able to give out data sets as easily as you may feel. But my point is, I just want to buttress that instead of saying, of course there are bias in our system, I'm of the opinion that whatever data set we can get for now, that is better we make do with it. It can always get better tomorrow. So we'll be able to do what classify into getting other forms of data sets. After all, years ago, we are not here, we are not here we were then. Now we are getting better. And I believe it's going to be getting better. Because we are looking for some of my projects, even myself as an example, while I was taking a PhD studies, it was so difficult. I have to get online data sets. After that, I also found that this is not a clear representative of what we have on land because I work on Nidonia data set. At the end of it, I went to several hospitals. It was a medical diagnosis facility. I was not able to give me the data set. You can imagine what I went through. So I went to advance. I will transport one to where we have now. For a future, it will be getting better. So let's start where we have. At the grace of God, we'll get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My own is a comment. It was a safe question of comment. And it's an expression of appreciation of being able to have a deeper understanding of why all of us are involved in the AI. And that hope is based on the experience I have this morning and control the statement to make about what we perceive as, or maybe what it is, discrimination. Many of us struggle to understand what that means. I am one of such people. I find it difficult over a period of time to understand what we mean when we say gender discrimination and all of that. But I attended some events and some experiences were shared, especially by our Vice Chancellor, our personal experiences at what we did at in a situation where you attend an event and you sit in a place that is respectful, and someone comes and says, please, that place is not made for you, it is meant for a vice chancellor. And the reason is because that vice chancellor happens to be a female. You know, that seat is actually reserved for her. But because she's a female sitting there, she was told it is not for her. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So, then, until someone had to tell that person that that is a vice chancellor, and she got to know that even when the person is a female, it does not mean that that person cannot be a vice chancellor. So AI is already behaving like that. Okay? So we are the ones that will teach AI. Not only the computer scientists, even we that are users of AI. So that was what happened to me this morning. I said I want to write a note to my chief executive that AI should help me. And then he said, okay, I want to appreciate you, and you see he, like him, okay? He said, I'm not told you my chief executive is a male. I had to tell AI, I said, my chief executive is not a male. AI now said, sorry, I shouldn't have assumed that your chief executive is a male. So that way I have told AI that is not correct. So all of us have this role to play regardless of your, discipline or field. So we don't want to leave this training of AI to computer scientists. All of us have a role to play. And that was what she said during her presentation, that AI already assumes this gender discrimination because that is what is fed into it. So we have to participate in reshaping it. Otherwise, we just carry on what has been existing inadvertently. Thank you very much.
Please, thank you for the succinct lecture. Please, I just want you to help us. I don't know how you can help us. I am not in the university center, and I heard about your profile about mobile health technologies. And then we find out that here in Nigeria, and particularly in Ondo State, just like one of the questions Nia said that she couldn't get something, we had lack equipment that are AI compliance in the health sector, particularly in Ondo State. I could listen to one of the news one day like that they said Ondo State is the 35th out of the 37th health something. So we can see how poor we are. So I don't know how you can help us. Talking about digital health or AI, mobile technologies and everything. Please, I just want you to help us. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. And I think actually this is an opportunity for me to, I'm glad that we have lots of professors here, lots of doctors. And there are lots of fundings. There are international bodies that we fund creating research centers. Our professors, our doctors, it doesn't end there. If we want that change, you have to keep going. You have to, just the way we have gotten this funding, it doesn't come easy. You have to encourage your students, and including yourself. You need to start applying for this funding to create those research centers where this data will be saved, where this data will be collected. And you need to collaborate with international universities so that you are learning their culture, you are learning how they do this things, you are learning how they make these applications. Don't limit yourself. No, send those emails. Look at their profiles. What are they open to? What fundings are available there? What government parastatals are available? What private companies can sponsor this research?
When you see somebody's profile, send them an email. Say, I'm wanting to collaborate with you. I'm wanting to learn how your research center works. And they will be able. I want to learn from you. How do you keep this data? How do you go through the ethics? And of course, it's an opportunity for us to learn as well. Because over the last few months, we've had to learn some of the cultures and some of the ways we do things in Cardiff in full time. Which some of them are very oblivious to us in Cardiff meant. There are opportunities for universities to collaborate. Your students will not do it now. You professors will do it. If you want change, it starts now. It starts now. If you want better future, if you want Nigeria to evolve, you need to start applying for those fundings, and nobody else can do it except you.
Thank you very much once again. Dr. Bola Onishaite, it's been very enlightening. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are drawing close to the end of the event, but we want to take the panel discussion, the interactive panel discussion. It will be moderated by Dr. Mrs. Shadura Akinterewa. Dr. Akinterewa. Akinterewa.
Thank you, Mom. Good afternoon, everybody. We have people here. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the panel discussion at our HERHCAI 2026 workshop. My name is Dr. Shadura Akinterewa, and I'm moderating this part of the event. Today's conversation focuses on women in artificial intelligence, the challenges, opportunities, and leadership for sustainable development. Of course, we have learned from all the talks that AI is transforming healthcare, transforming leadership, education, agriculture, and every sphere of human life. There is one important question, and that question is, who is shaping this future? Who is shaping this future? We have made a good attempt at answering this question. All the speakers that have talked to us have been answering this question. So we have an exceptional collection of panelists today that will address this question. I encourage you, our participants, to please listen, actively listen, so that the discussion will yield benefits. So the first panelist I invite is Professor Bola Adefowoke. Please put your hands together for her. So Joko is from the Department of Information Systems. Our interests are in artificial intelligence, machine learning, data mining, health informatics, and intelligent information system. Please put your hands together as we welcome Professor Oluwatoyin Catherine Afonso. Professor Afonso. Okay, so our research focuses on information systems, digital transformation, ICT adoption, technology-enabled organizational development. I'd also like to welcome Professor Oluwayomi Farolika. Please put your hands together. Research is focused on medical physics, radiation and health, condensed matter physics, and she represents women in core sciences who leverage AI. So we don't have just pure computing people here. Please put your hands together for Professor Farolika. Yes. I'd also like to welcome Dr. Mary Pinker. Yes, Dr. Pinker's research is in artificial intelligence, data-driven technologies, and
completing education. Also, I'd like to welcome Dr. A research lies in the intersection of AI, data science, machine learning, and intelligent systems. Okay, please join me in welcome Dr. Iyanu Adebu. Sheila? Yes, please. So Dr. Adebu's research is in machine learning, AI, data science, and responsible AI. Also, please finally help me welcome Dr. Rachel Akimbo. Yes, Dr. Rachel focuses on AI, data analytics, information systems, and emerging computing technologies. So ladies and gentlemen, join me and welcome them all. Put your hands together. Everyone, round of applause. Thank you very much. So on to the questions. Like I said, the questions are on women in AI, the challenges, opportunities, leadership, or sustainable development. So question, the opening question now. In 1 minute, I would like some people to give us answers on this question. Artificial intelligence is transforming every sector of the human society. From your perspective, what role should women play in shaping the future of AI, particularly in a country like Nigeria? So again, from your perspective, what role should women play in shaping the future of AI? Please, Professor Ojoku, can you please start?
Oh, thank you for that question. We've been hearing from the beginning of presentations how important women are to transforming the society. We also know that women are closest to the grassroots. When we talk about the family, the woman is closest to every member of the family. And when we now want to bring that to applying AI or using AI or the role AI will play to transform the society, we know that a woman, as important as she is to everybody in the society, that shows us too that the woman is also very important to be at the forefront when using AI, applying AI in every sector. Talk about healthcare, talk about education. You are a teacher, you are a nurse, you are in the government sector, applying AI and governance and any other sector. The woman should be at the forefront. That is how it's guided.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Dr. Oyela, did you want to add the voice to one?
So much, and thank you for this opportunity. I think to add to what Professor Ojoku has said, I think the first thing, and it has been iterated throughout all the sessions, in case some of us didn't pick it, the first thing is that you must develop interest. What you don't develop interest in, you can't know about. Now everybody's talking about AI. Don't let it just pass your head. What is this AI they are talking about? You have the power.
Google, we have, the ones that are popular to ChatGPT, the Gemini, the cloud. Learn what is AI, how can I apply AI, think about problems that you can solve. So the first thing is that you have to develop interest, right? And after developing interest, you have to get involved. Look at how AI can transform the work you are doing at the moment. If you are not a computer major, whatever work domain you are in, how can AI transform what I am doing at the moment? really, really, really moving. And I would like to let you know that it's an opportunity for you to get involved now. Now, because the time is coming when it will be, you know, dominated fully. You won't find a place to stay. So that's just what I was saying.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kumbo, do you want to answer?
Welcome to I
This question is again directed at Professor Obioko. Much of the work is focused on
applying AI to real problems, intelligent systems.
Much of the work, ma'am, is focused on intelligent systems, and you've been applying AI to real problems. So, my question is that I was saying that women constitute nearly half of the world population, but remain underrepresented in AI research and leadership. So what do you think are the major barriers preventing women from entering and thriving in AI?
Yeah. One of the barriers I've seen is gender stereotyping, that in the workplace you see that most of those who are HODs or managers are men, and even sometimes they don't want to involve women. That is one barrier I see. Another thing is that those who are the few women who are there don't want to show up. So they don't want to show up in such a way that people don't even know them. Some of them are in those positions, but they don't really show up in such a way that those who are younger know they are there. So there should be a way to let people know, so that we have more role models who are women that people can try to aspire to be like. So then another thing I see is that there are a lot of opportunities out there, but many women don't get to know about them. A doctor from Cardiff, from CMU, was talking about the fact that there are a lot of opportunities, but we don't know. Many of us who are women don't know. We don't have ideas of where those opportunities reside, and now we can get to utilize them. So as much as possible, those who are there on the top as women should try and encourage the younger ones, so that this barrier of limited number of women being involved in AI can be removed as much as possible.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Our gender stereotyping, and also that we should look for mentorship as well as mentor other people in AI. Professor Paul Wika, please. You see that women in traditional AI, traditional science space. Sorry, I'll take that. I was saying that in a diseases, when traditional science or core science, what problems do you see that women in core sciences face in the use of AI? And how do you think that universities, governments, and industries can collaborate to encourage girls and women to pursue AI and STEM areas? The two-folded questions: what are the problems you see? What are the solutions that universities and governments can provide to encourage women in STEM and AI? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Many of us in the traditional sciences, as you mentioned, physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics. Before we started having all these new courses, as we had this multiplying what I would call digital immigrants, you know. So many of us learned when there was no digital technology. Like me, for example. You know, when I was in university, we had to go to the library to send the materials to do courses like Business 522 or the seminar. So you send for materials, you write, you take it to your supervisor, you correct it, and you take and forth. So we are immigrants. That means that we are coming to it. We are not born into it like many of the current generations. So there is this there is huge gap. Then we have issues with facilities, access to learning facilities, internet, electricity, especially in this part of the world. We have challenges. We all agree with that. You know that when you have access, you feel more comfortable, you feel more at ease. And then we also have this feeling that it is not for us. The program is for the people in computer science. Like me now, if not that I am already aware that I am supposed to learn, I may choose not to be here. It is computer science program. So there is this, it is not for us idea. So we need to, let people know. So that's what I do. I send this to every woman in my department. I don't know if any of them is here. I send them reminders, I send them the link, and even the programs that you've had in the science before, like the annual lecture last week. Right there, I was sending the link to everybody because I knew how important that is. So these are the issues that we have. And then, as women, we have a lot of responsibilities that are competing with the amount of time we can dedicate to learn something relatively new, okay? So you have to be very, very determined, able to learn. And how government can come into that, the second part of the question. There should be advocacy, and they should encourage collaboration, mentor-mentee collaboration, specifically in AI and STEM, and then, yes, training, okay? There should be funding too in AI learning for those of us in the traditional sciences. And like one of the points made by the speaker
at your School of Computing annual lecture, she mentioned that the university should have curriculum designed for AI for everyone, possibly for everyone. Not just computer science or data science, but everyone. I think that will help.
Okay. Thank you very much. This contributions we've had so far. Professor Agoyefo. You will agree with me that technology alone cannot create all the impact. We need people. I mean, we've all talked about how people can influence technology, remove bias and all that. What practical steps can educational institutions take to create a more inclusive AI learning environment for female students? I want to say that again. What practical steps can educational institutions take to create more inclusive AI learning environment for female students?
Thank you very much for that question. Schools should create an upcoming learning environment that will make students or female to have a feeling that whatever they want to do, they are not harassed, no, please, with confidence. Especially female. Most of the time, we are attacked on the board of our nature. Sometimes we see ourselves not able to do certain things. But we just say something like that one make can do, better. So that environment is created. And institutions should provide a support, providing sponsorship and financial support to aid female them. That's very, very important. And it's a wild linkage that if you have a role model, like I said, role model, women Indian, that can also link all the students. I will help them to go Syria. Very, very important. And also, the aspect of making sure that awareness about female students is encouraged. That if they have achievements, and if the achievements is celebrated, we should encourage them. And aspect of also the STEM is also something that was in order to bring in more enablement. Female students are more engaged so that things will work understand how to improve learning. But we all know that learning is responsibility. And if we stop learning, especially let's know that AI is something that everybody must engage and put to use. This will help a lot in creating more awareness for women, more quality, more engaging, and go more.
Let's put your hands together. Professor, for that contribution. She thinks that women should be celebrated, and I think also that we should celebrate all of our achievements, because nobody will land us the way we can whenever we achieve something. So we should do it on the rooftops when we have done something remarkable. Thank you very much. For Peter, we've not heard from you, so we'd like to get them. You told that AI systems often inherit biases from the data that is used to train them. How does the lack of diversity among AI developers contribute to biased AI systems? So I want to repeat that. You've been told that AI systems inherit biases
from the data used to train them? How does the lack of diversity among AI developers contribute to biased AI systems?
First and foremost, like other speakers have opened earlier, that there are lots of biases in AI system as a result of experts that developed it. And if you look at it, like they also said, that most of these developers are male. So the way they put it, or the way they trained the models that are using AI is based on their own feelings, what their challenges, what they are facing. So it's as if they only think within their own field, not considering other gender. So what am I saying is that this is a major cause of biasness in AI. Aside that, the cultural aspect of it, this AI, if you agree with me, is majorly developed by white men, and bringing it down to our own culture here, where you access it, give you some prompts, the responses it will give you will not specifically match whatever you are looking out for. It's as a result of the biasness, the diversity in those that developed it. Aside that, there are so many issues that are, let's say, things that are not incorporated into these data sets that are used in training the models that this AI uses. So it's giving issues because those that developed it are not, they are not heterogeneous in team, they are homogeneous specifically. And what do I mean by this? If you have a team of researchers that are made of no gender, what do you expect from them? They will definitely think of all the challenges they are facing, but I think the female researchers are involved. There will be different ways of thinking about a particular issue that they are trying to develop an AI system for. So what am I saying in essence is that this biasness of AI development by only male gender is causing a lot of issues. And that calls for every one of us seated here to be involved, like my professors and other colleagues have said, in developing AI that can solve our own local problems. Not only that, because of those bodies that develop innovative AI systems that can help to overcome the challenges that we are facing in present AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So far, the other time was telling us how the AI had assumed that our boss or whosoever she was drafting a letter for was a male. So of course, we know that AI can be biased. Can be heavily biased from the data that is situated. So again, you want to share examples of such biases that we encountered?
I think a good example is the healthcare sector. So we have AI, and AI actually means the development of AI includes using training data. So you train the model with a lot of data, and whatsoever you train your data with will eventually influence the kind of output you are going to get. So for instance, if you trained an healthcare AI tool with a kind of data that is male-centric or male-dominated, and if you want to use that kind of tool to solve a problem for a woman counterpart, you can imagine the kind of results you are going to get. So for those of us doing AI in healthcare research, or maybe we have that kind of interest in mind, we need the women need to get actively involved so that the training data will not only be focused on the male participants, but will be inclusive, to include the male gender and the female gender. Even in the recruitment process as well, our workshop chair was talking about the system maybe you've uploaded some CVs on an AI tool. Naturally, maybe the AI tool will just automatically remove anything that has to do with women. So these are some of the areas where we can see biases in some of our AI tools. Even coming down to the generative AI, if you prompt ChatGPT or any of our tools, Gemini, Cloud, all of them, and say, okay, give me the picture of an engineer, what will you naturally see? You will naturally see the picture of a man. And if you now prompt the same tool to tell you to give a picture of maybe a secretary, a caregiver, things like that, the system will naturally bring up pictures of women. So what lesson are we learning is that we should involve, just like Professor Dukori encouraged us, our women should be involved in building this AI system. So don't feel, oh, I'm a woman, anything tech, let me just stay behind. Or maybe you are just studying computing, you even feel, let me just do this thing and pass, let me just get you involved. So we need to be involved so that our voices will also matter and we can have an inclusive AI tool in our environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like you to answer briefly in 1 minute. Should AI developers be held accountable for biased AI outcomes? Because I've had a scenario where the AI advised a child in the US then for me suicide. This child actually did. So do you think that AI tools should be held accountable? Should developers be held accountable?
Very much, ma'am. The answer is yes. It should be held responsible. Because how can you create something that will not be of positive influence to the society? It should be held accountable. It should be held accountable until it again. Because it has to be transparent, number one. Like our guest speaker said, you have to tell us the data you train all these things. You should be transparent about it. And limit the number of bias that is there. Tell us the kind of data set that you use to train your model. And this is where regulatory control comes in. As it is now in Nigeria, I do not think we have a standalone regulatory body that is into all this AI ethics, regulating it. First for NITSA. I know about NITSA, and they are finding out several things, inclusive of AI stuff, but we need a standalone regulator and be able to regulate whatever everybody is creating so that they're able to subject it under all this so that we won't be having all this negativity in our production. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, Dr. what advice would you give your younger self?
I give my younger self Okay, the advice I will give my younger self is to start early, right? Start early. The younger ones here, you have the time. Because as women, our lives are in seasons. You need to understand the season of your life. Every season has its perks. So if you are not married yet, you have all the time to start building yourself. If I will tell my younger self that, so that it will help the next stage, probably when you get married, when you start giving back. You know, when you give back, that period, the other period, you actually reduce, your productivity in your career, and all of that, because you have to focus, focus your time, taking care of your offspring. That's the things that you have built in your previous season. That's what will help the next season. So women, we should understand the season that we are in and maximize the season that we are in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for everyone for their contribution. As we close this panel session, I would like to ask you, imagine if you might take sorry. Imagine a Nigeria where women are fully represented in AI. AI research, innovation, entrepreneurship, and even in industry. Women are fully represented. So what actions we need to take to get us to that place? I will close this panel section and leave that question on your mind. What actions must we take to make that vision of a Nigeria where women are fully represented in AI possible? Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for everyone.
Thank you very much, group of panelists. We would like to take some photographs now, but let me make this announcement. The workshop will continue tomorrow in the same venue at 9 a.m. prompt. And then the hand-on practical sessions will hold afterward at the School of Computing Lab. And then you're supposed to still register tomorrow for tomorrow's session. So can we have the photographs here? Or outside? Okay. We'll have the photographs outside. There's a backdrop outside. And then we'll come back in for the lunch and other things.
Darkness becoming worse.
Please, let's go outside and take pictures and come back for the launch and closing. And I've been told that tomorrow's session will start at 8 a.m., not 9 a.m., 8 a.m.
do this. So that is tomorrow we're not ready.
No, we are finished. I want to.
Wow.
No, I don't see you again. I was outside now. When I look at this place, I saw that we have 99.999. Then I don't go so 99.99 women.
The thing is about we did confront here since.
Now we guys, moderator guys. These people, what they are saying about women, really are men. When you're living there, when something is against you, you are you feel like you are not, nobody is waiting for you here, but this is not for you. It is two tailors.
They do tax, why? This one why you put command they there.
to finally bring up most of this event. Professor Olusayo would be the workshop chair to give the closing remarks. I want to put our hands together for our please. I want to thank everyone for coming, and I believe that we have made the experience empowering women through woman-centered AI and sustainable development. You have listened to different speakers on how to remove biasness in AI, how to move from being AI consumer to creator, innovator, and designer of AI. I believe you must have taken in one or two things, and from henceforth, I believe you will just be a consumer, but an innovator, a designer that will definitely remove the biasness in AI design. So I want to thank you sincerely for staying from the beginning to now. And I want to also say that tomorrow is another big day. We are starting by 8 a.m. This is a venue where we have 2 more sections, and you have to do registration for tomorrow. After that, we now go to the SOC computing lab, where we have some add-on sessions on how prompt engineering, how to identify some analysis in AI design, and how you can even come up and build some simple AI programs. So I want to thank you all. Thank you for coming. And after this, we take our lunch, then we'll rest tomorrow. It's going to be better than today. Thank you for coming. God bless you. Dr. Kinga, where is she? So let's just move out to take our lunch and then we can be on the way. Thank you. Distributing the food to kindly stop for now, because we want all the students to come back for a photograph.